guys. Good to see you. How are you doing? How are you doing, Shannon? Good to see you. Four in the house. I hope your week has been good. Mine has been pretty good. I can't complain. We wait a couple of more minutes and see who's dropping in and joining the stream. Yeah. That's good to hear, Shannon. That's awesome. And it's hot here as usual. I have probably 29, 30 degrees Celsius in my apartment and I'm floating away as usual. I don't like this heat at all. And we didn't get much rain here either, so it's pretty dry. And it begins to be dry as a Mojave Desert. So I hope there will be some rain here soon. So today's topic is how to survive without an ID card. That will be interesting. Really interesting. But before we get into today's topic, a salad for lunch. That sounds good. Myself, I had rice porridge for lunch and almonds. Hey, PB, good to see you, brother. There you have the link, PB. If you're up for it, you know the drill. Just click the link and join me up here, buddy. I think we can figure out this wonderful topic for today. And today's topic is actually suggested by Bushcraft Family, who joined the stream last week. So I believe that was PV, and yes, it is. Hey, PV.
Testing. I've got a new mic.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Is that coming through as loud as normal?
Yeah.
That good? Yeah, so...
Hey, King Wolf. Good to see you, brother.
How you doing, Shadow? All right?
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good in this heat, but...
Yeah, you were saying it almost 30 degrees.
In my apartment.
Well, I'll tell you, this morning we went out and I had two fleeces on and it was cold. My winter jacket. And it was like 10 degrees C. And it only warmed up. It didn't really warm up really. But it managed to reach the astonishing heights of 16 degrees C this afternoon.
Oh, Lord.
And that's it. That's our summer. Midsummer's Day in a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
And
it's in 2 weeks.
Yeah. And then countdown to Christmas then.
Yeah.
And the nights get shorter. Longer, sorry. Days get shorter. Yeah, so how you doing, Shannon Barrett? Are you okay? And King Wolf, how you doing? Good.
Yeah. And today's topic actually was suggested by Bushcraft Family. He joined the stream last week, and he suggested that in the chat. So Well, why not? Because nobody else talking about how to survive without an ID, especially in an SHTF situation. That will be more trickier unless
Yeah.
you can sneaky your way out, but that's not an option.
Well, I mean, yeah, two sorts of parts to it. I think. Um, First part I would think about would be: can you live without an ID now? Hello, Tessa Buchanan. How you doing?
Hey, Teresa Buchanan, good to see you, ma'am.
So, can you live without an ID now? Can you live without an ID during or after SHTF? It's not as I'd say it's not as simple as it sounds on the face of it. Uh,
No,
I mean, you can live without an ID now in modern
yeah,
day
but it
society.
makes it very difficult.
Yeah, very very difficult. I mean, I've got various IDs, but I haven't really produced them or shown them or had to, you know, present them in any way, shape, or form to anyone in the last couple of years at least. Uh, there's not that much call for it really when you actually you're a digitized individual, and and most people should be these days. And
Yeah,
if you don't think they are, they probably are because you know if anyone's got a driving license, if anyone's got a passport, a rail card, any other form of
national ID or
national ID,
international ID.
military ID, their details will be electronically registered on some database and they'll be interlinked somewhere along the line. So people have got a digital ID presence at the moment. That's not even mentioning their, their online presence, their online trace, their online image. I suggest that everybody has got an online image in some way, shape, or form, whether that be a social media account, uh, a shopping account, etc., etc. There's hundreds you can go through, newspaper account, and so on. So
Yeah,
anyway, everyone's got some sort of link that will come back to them. So if if you've got any sort of online account, for instance, that we just mentioned, it will be associated with an email address. That email address will probably be associated with um, banking address or a co-op or building society address, which is also linked to your physical address as well.
yeah.
So online presence is difficult, although not impossible. I mean, you could have an online bank now, for instance, and you could have moved house 3 times, and you don't really. You could re-register or re-notify the bank where you've moved to and so on. But that information is there for thereafter between you and the bank, unless it's been a warrant has been issued to disclose your address via the bank. So after that's happened, you could quite easily just continue living with the ID you've got uh, and not having to present it in any way, shape, or form. And there's various people that I'll mention in a minute that go around without any ID and don't adhere to certain laws and stuff like that. And it's a sort of a fringe belief system that stems back to Magna Carta. Anyway, so that's now, here and now in the peacetime, quote unquote. If any sort of disaster hits or any SHTF event hits, then what I've seen from what speaking to people is that let's say your house gets demolished by an earthquake or your house gets demolished, damaged by a tornado, then you need some form of governmental assistance. If you go to, say, FEMA, for instance, in America, or you go
Yeah,
to any other aid agency, they require you to register who you are, where you live, with them. so that various reasons it keeps records for them, whatever they can use it for. It collates information such as casualty numbers and all this sort of stuff, traceability of victims, and then so you have to register for that with them so that they'll give you some sort of aid. It's a bit weird, really, especially. I know they do it with FEMA in America. They do it over here in Britain, and I'm sure they do it just about everywhere else as well, unless it's a country in which is third world and it hasn't got the facilities or systems to do it.
Hey, at a glance, good to see you.
At a glance, hello. So yeah, I mean, if you're seeking aid, then you need to prove who you are, where you live, etc., etc., and that becomes more important for insurance purposes as well.
Yeah.
But I mean, you could. I think the easiest way around this whole system, would be to live with someone who is registered and has got an ID. You could be paying under the radar rent. They'll allow you to live there, and you could just tick along nice and happily as long as they're willing to let you stay there. But yeah, I mean, SHTF. If it's if there's a complete governmental breakdown, loss of power, loss of grid, etc., etc., then you could actually quite easily get away with not having any ID whatsoever. Problem comes if you try and move by road or rail or plane or anything like this, because there may be checkpoints involved, which always, most of the time, need an ID.
Yeah. So if you don't have an ID, then you will have really big issues to get through.
Yeah, and especially if it's some sort of civil war, that sort of type of event, they're going to want to know who's coming in and out of various movement points and choke points and checkpoints and stuff.
Yeah. The same with martial law as well.
Yeah, exactly.
In that case, you need to have an ID on you. Otherwise, if you don't have it, they tell you to turn around and go back home or get shot. That's
Yeah, exactly. I mean, in places like in most of the Western world countries, the government like to keep tabs and tightly control who is where, who lives on what piece of land, who owns every square inch of land, and so on. So it's very hard to do it in the Western world. A lot harder in the Western world, I suggest, than other countries. Although, same with Australia and New Zealand, they'll be along the same sort of lines, where their systems are going digital, and they've got the capacity to confirm who people are. I mean, you could quite easily, pretend you're someone else, and
and take another person's ID card or what.
Yeah, you could do that, but if they
but that is a huge risk.
Oh yeah. So, hey, Nick Muller.
Hey, Nick Muller. Good to see you, brother.
Yeah. So if they got, it's all well and good if you can get away with it at the face point, at the checkpoint with a guard. If they start cross-referencing it, then you're in trouble then, because you're going to be proven to be a shill and so on, and the penalties could be quite severe. But I mean, you could walk around with a forged set of IDs if you want. But there are many countries around the world which IDs don't really exist, and they just crack on as normal. But they're not subject to the same scrutiny and as most developed countries, because as the
country... Savage, good to see you, man.
Hello, B Savage. As the country gets more developed, then building
they at a glance says, couldn't they use your social security number to ID you?
Well, yeah, your social security number and So that's for America. We've got a similar one system over here, Britain.
We have a so-called personal number.
Right. Yeah. So ours is called a national insurance number. So without that number, you can't claim for any sort of benefits. You can't apply for various forms of ID. I wouldn't say all forms of ID. Your taxes and all sorts of manner of things, all linked to you. Basically, on paper or on the digital system, as far as governments are all concerned, you are a number, and your social security number, your national insurance number, that's you. Yeah, so the old adage, "You're not a name, you're a number," is true. When it comes
I
to
agree, B. Savage, about that one. A passport is better ID than a driver's license. Yeah.
yeah, that's true, because especially here in Britain, the checks and measures that go into applying for a passport are greater than a driving license. Driving licenses are internationally recognised. Sorry, passports are internationally recognised.
Yeah.
Driving licenses aren't necessarily. So yeah, but yeah, it's a difficult one. I mean, in Britain, for instance, various countries around the world. Let's take Australia, for instance.
Yeah.
It's against the law not to vote. So it's a lawful requirement to vote. So therefore, you have to register to vote. Every person. That's not the case
And for that, you need an ID card.
exactly, and a national insurance number or a social security number as well. That's the key element you need for that. Here, it's not against the law not to vote, but the local council can impose a fine on someone who doesn't. I'm not sure. It's a bit of a loose sort of set of restrictions. I'm not aware of anyone who's actually been fined, although there probably is if you actually Google it. Yeah.
Here in Sweden, you can basically, if you want to vote, you can do that. But if you don't want to vote, feel free, and you don't
Yeah.
get any problems from that. You made
Yeah.
your choice. So
Same here. Same here. We don't have to vote if we don't want to, but apparently we are required to register to vote. I say register to vote for a specific reason, is because it's linked to right. I'm sure this is probably the same in many other countries. That's why I'm using Britain as an example. Now, in Britain, when you register to vote, your name goes on the electoral register.
yeah,
But that's not just the case. The electoral register is duplicated. So you've got two versions of it. One is called the electoral register. The other one is called the open register. Now, the open register is then farmed out to the commercial sector, to the highest bidder, so to speak, and that all the names on that list is available for businesses for commercial reasons, credit checks, and so on and so on. So it's a bit funny. If you look at a website called 192.com or put any sort of people find the website, the one in Britain always refers back. The way they get their information from is the open register. So anyone voted to register in Britain, unless they specifically opt out, their details will be in the open register and available for anyone like 192.com or any other people finder website to search for their details. So there's a lot of sort of, well, I wouldn't say hidden methods that the governments and the system uses, but a lot of these things are interlinked, and when you register to do this or register to do that, your name and details, basically your name and address, basically will appear on various other places. Because when it comes to identity, if you were to look at when you look at identity, you're basically signing up to a physical contract. So, and you're basically opening yourself up and signing yourself up to a set of rules and regulations. So it's a contract basically. Like the driving license is a contract, your passport is a contract. You're born into a contract at birth when your parents register you.
Hey, Anne. Good to see
Hello,
you.
Anne. Anne, how you doing? So the first contract anyone is exposed to is the birth certificate. When you're registered to at birth, the birth certificate, your parents are basically entering you into a contract with the state, and your name becomes some form of tax number, basically, and then it's linked to your social security number, etc.
Yeah.
It's quite a complicated series of events. I don't really know that much about it, but I know this sort of thing exists. And then you've got people like in Britain, we have someone called Freeman of the Land, and people who Freeman of the Land, they're basically they're signing up to a sort of set of laws that date back to the Magna Carta, which they're not signing up. They're living their life in a way that is common law and not legal law. It gets very, very complicated, and this is sort of thing you need a lawyer to explain, really. So common law is something like, you wouldn't go out and kill someone and expect to get away with it, this sort of thing, because that's, like a bit like Ten Commandments and stuff. So, people in Canada use Freeman of the Land. A lot of people follow that sort of following in Canada, Australia as well, New Zealand, and Ireland. So basically, give an example. If a police officer was to stop someone, start quizzing a person who is a freeman of the land, the person would just turn around and say, "I'm not talking to you. I don't sign up to your rules and regulations," and the police can't do anything about it really, unless they break common law or criminal law. But yeah, it's quite an interesting subject. Look into it. So if anyone wants to look into that, just type in Freeman of the Land, do a Google search or a YouTube search, and loads of interesting videos will come up there. But it's a bit messy in terms of, at the end of the day, it will all come down to a judge ruling on this person, and you then have to argue your case in court and present your Freeman of the Land ethos to the judge, stemming back to the Magna Carta and all this sort of stuff. It's very, very weird, and you got to get your terminology right and all this sort of stuff. But yeah, that's one aspect of it as well. So, my basic point is, if you want to stay off the radar, then you don't have all these documents. You don't have a driving license. You don't have a passport. You don't register to vote, etc., etc. So, you could quite easily exist during SHTF or after, because the focus of attention will be elsewhere. The focus of effort will be in the event or the disaster or whatever. But in the long run, it's not an easy thing. It's almost impossible, I'd say, to actually live without an ID at all. Yeah, I mean, there's lots of people. You basically need an address these days.
Yeah,
It's like you see a lot of these people, blogs, videos, articles, etc., talking about van life. People live in vans, or people just live in boats, or people live on the road, and all that sort of stuff. It's all right. It's a big dream, mostly because at the end of the day, that vehicle has to be registered somewhere. Your driving license to drive that vehicle has to be registered somewhere, and you need a physical address. You can't use
yeah,
a PO box. That's not a permitted form of base address, if you like. So, these people buy a plot of land, put their vehicle on it, fine, but they at the end of the day, they need an address, especially in Britain. I mean, there's places in America, for instance, which I've seen banded around and seen videos on. A place called Slab City in America. I think it's in California. Correct me if I'm wrong, anyone. Basically, it's an old uh, military land. I think it used to be a military base there, and it's no longer used. It's derelict. They're not interested. And basically, people dropouts or people who want to detach themselves from society, from modern day living, a lot of them just go there and pick a spot and live there.
yeah,
uh, Once or twice a week, a big water bowser comes because it's in the middle of the desert, supplies everyone with water, buggers off again, and leave them to it basically. And these people built their own little camps, encampments there from all sorts of stuff they found, or they, you know, harvested from other places, cannibalized from other vehicles, etc., etc. So yeah, you can do it, especially in America. Uh, and I mean, the bigger the place is, America's quite an ideal place for this. Is you could quite easily
yeah,
just disappear off grid. You disappear off into the Ulu, never be seen again. The question is, have you got the resources, the skills to actually be self-sustained on your own, or as a group or a family, and so on? And there's been various um, instances where people have tried doing that and failed. The famous case I can think of, I think it was in Canada, Christopher McCandless. Christopher McCandless was a guy who wanted to detach himself from society, and he just went off into the Ulu um, to live off the land, so to speak. Uh, Bit of a sad story, really, because eventually he died because it
yeah.
wasn't.
He was found dead in a bus, an
That's
old
right.
bus.
Ah, you've heard of him, yeah, 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 yeah.
Yeah, I heard of it.
So that's an example of someone wanting to just burn all their identity and go off and live off the land, sort of thing. But yeah, not very easy.
No, it's very difficult, and you
Well,
need to know exactly what you're doing,
yeah,
and
I
you need
mean,
a lot of skills to
I mean,
stay alive.
we're seeing now examples of people actually living with ID.
Yeah,
We've got complete uncontrolled, unchecked immigration, people landing on our shores in Britain, people sweeping across through the Darien Gap up to America, through Mexico, hundreds of thousands of people swamping into, all the Nordic countries, all the rest of Europe,
yeah,
unchecked immigration. And these people aren't, they've got no ID, land in the country, I don't know what, they get processed, put into a holding camp, put into in Britain, they get put into a 3 or 4 star hotel, given loads of money uh, to await their asylum application. However, once they realise, what the situation is in Britain, uh, or their asylum gets refused, during mid-process, a lot of them just disappear off the radar. Where have they gone? Well, I'd like to know where these people have actually ended up, because the figures don't actually pan out,
yeah,
and they're probably. And this is the sort of thing that people have got to be very wary of this day and age. now, let alone disaster or SHTF, is the fact that you start getting consumed and going through a route that leads to the underworld, and you're then prone to modern day slavery and all this sort of stuff.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying what B Savage says there. Lots of elderly have gone to van life to be able to survive and are thriving in places like Quartzsite, Arizona. Right. I'm not sure what Quartzsite, Arizona is. It sounds like Slab City to me. Is that right, B Savage? I'll have to Google it.
I have never heard about that place before, but Arizona I know, but not Quartzsite.
I know what Quartzsite is, but it's it's a quartzite rock in many places.
Yeah, and we have a I know we had a lot of the immigration here had a lot of immigrants that did not have any ID and no papers at all. So we call them paperless, more or
Yeah,
less.
yeah, stateless. On
And,
the way over,
and that, yeah, and that will make everything more difficult because they, their real age, let's say they are 16, but they say they are 19. So that's hard to confirm their real age. So
same here. They on the way over, they destroy their identity papers, so you can't send them back to where they came from, because how do you prove where
exactly,
they came from? Here it's the other way around. They say they are under 14, 15 years old, because the rules and regulations change. Then you can't send minors back, or it's a different process. Yeah, you got like 23 to 30-year-old men, and funnily enough, it's all men.
yeah. They
Yeah,
say they are younger than they really are. So
yeah,
that's the opposite.
yeah, yeah. You got 23 to 30-year-old men pretending they're 14, 15-year-old boys. Bloody ridiculous.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Quartzsite, Arizona. I'm just to Google that. So it's a town in La Paz County, Arizona, United States. According to the 2020 census, the population was 2,413. Interstate 10 runs directly through Quartzsite, which is an intersection of US Route 95. Right. Desert town.
Hey, Venerable Al, good to see you, brother.
Hello, Venerable Al. How you doing?
Higher end camping. Okay.
Oh, right. Higher end camping. Right. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, an RV or a motorhome is the older folk tend to get them because they've experienced. They start off living under tarps, then they go to small single man tents, then they have a family tent. The luxury slowly
Yeah.
gets the luxury slowly gets better as life goes.
And then they get a caravan and then a RV and
Yep. A fifth wheeler.
yeah,
I
or
mean,
16-wheeler.
well, the fifth wheelers, they're demountable big caravans, basically RVs. They're quite good.
Yeah.
Just cheap living, basically, and you can
Yeah, it is.
yeah, you can move around when you like, where you like, as long as if you work, then your job is nearby, and wherever you move to, you can just pitch up to an RV site and live there. And well, it's a bit funny, really, because it's cheaper living in the short run, but you're always beholden to someone else. You're always beholden to their rules. You're always paying rent. So, as in pitch fees and stuff like that, unless you go to a place in the middle of nowhere, like, I don't know, Slab City, for instance. But it's all down to resource, isn't it? Water is the key thing. I mean, I found out on the boat that no matter where you are, what systems you've got, etc., etc., it all comes down to water at the end of the day, and you're always watching what your water usage is, how full your tank is, and where you're going to fill up next. So yeah, yeah. I mean, but so an ID, it's almost impossible. I'd say almost impossible. You know, you need access. You know, modern day society relies on identification for basic functions. Really,
Yeah.
you need ID to get a job, access healthcare, rent, even open a bank account, and those basic sort of things almost impossible to obtain. And that's, as we said, go hand in hand with that. You need your social security number or your national insurance number or whatever other countries call it. But I mean, also, you need identity for trust as well.
Yeah.
For most interactions, we rely on some form of identification to build trust. This could be, I don't know, your name at a coffee shop, your username online, a legal ID for a business transaction. Being anonymous can be useful in some situations, but without ID, it enables trust building to be harder, definitely. And then, social identity as well. Uh, a person's sense of self is almost shaped by their social interactions and the groups they belong to. If you haven't got ID, it makes it harder to participate in various forms of society, groups, and you start to lose some sort of sense of belonging. Then, like, humans are all social creatures; they want to be part of something bigger, part of a group, etc., etc. So, I mean, I know, and I've heard of this from some Americans, is that some people who want to be part of a prepper group, for instance, they need, sometimes there's a contract involved.
Yeah.
For various aspects of OPSEC. So, how do you actually do that without an ID? Because you could quite easily, turn back on that promise, so to speak. And then it's just a case of, if they see you around here again, that's it. They can't exactly track you down. It's just sort of like through the grapevine then. So, you could, I suppose, have limited participation in things. You could, you can exist on the fringes of society with minimal identification. Homeless people do it all the time. We talk about SHCF all the time, and there's literally people live in SHCF all the time now, every day of the week, 24/7. And some of these people, there's many people who are on drink and drugs, but there are others who want to be completely off the radar. They want to be, homeless. They like that lifestyle. And I've seen people in various certain town in Britain called Bristol.
Yep.
By the way, these people want to be off the grid, want to be homeless. And they like the fact that it's just them and their rucksack on their back, wandering the streets. They can go around and take what society will give them free: soup kitchens, free accommodation to sleep at night, etc., etc. Wake up in the morning, crack on to whatever or wherever they're going to go next. So it is possible, yeah. Homeless people doing it all the time.
Yeah, but it's a hard life.
Yeah, that's the problem. On the flip side to that, you may be free, man, but at the end of the day, a lot of people suffer mental problems, access to medication, access to dentistry. They're basically relying on street medics, street dentists to provide them a free service.
Yeah.
I mean, there is, yeah. So the medical aspect of it is very big. There is places in Britain where in just about every town and city called a walk-in centre. So you don't need a doctor. You don't need to register with a doctor. You don't need to go to a hospital. You go to a walk-in centre. Literally, as it says, you walk in through the doors, and you get free medical treatment. But I think you need. Well, this is where it comes to the hurdle. Then what's your name and address, and so on. I don't know. I've never been in that position, but I'm not sure if that will actually refuse someone if you don't give them your name and address. I would suggest ethically they wouldn't refuse you, but then questions will start to be raised. Yeah. So Shannon there says, has anyone listened to George Orwell's 1984? So it's a sort of a classic thing when people start to look at their footprint, their identity, and so on. And we've heard of this all over the internet constantly, almost. What have the government got on you? They know where you live. They know this. They know that, etc., etc. And as time goes on, the government like control and digital systems. The more advanced they get, and the more they get developed, the more they will know about you, the more control they'll have in you, etc., etc. The more the penalty will be if you don't conform. The more laws. I mean, if you count the amount of laws now compared to 10 years ago, there'll be many more laws now than there were 10 years ago. Laws seem to get created at a whim, but they never seem to reverse. And there's more. The more we become digital, the more of a digital reliance people have got, then the more the bigger the penalty could be. I mean, modern day example. You just got to look at China.
Yeah.
And then we're going down the route of the future of things. Then 15-minute cities and this sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Where Agenda 2030, etc., etc. And on the fringes of this, you got conspiracy theories wading into the argument as well. So I mean, in China, you've got a social scoring system, a social credit system.
Yeah.
And if you fall below that a certain level, for instance,
you are basically screwed. You can't do anything.
Yeah, you get privileges taken away. So you won't be able to travel abroad. You won't be able to do this. You won't be able to do that. You won't be able to access, a driving license, and so on and so on. So yeah, when it comes to Orwell's 1984, it appears that we're going down that road, and we can look at other countries like China, who are more down that road than we are at the moment.
Yeah, and that is a danger if that kind of system spread to other countries. That is not a good system in my point of view.
It's yeah, I mean, you can. The thing is, it's like the Agenda 2030 thing. On paper, it sounds good, and it sounds a feasible thing to do, etc., etc.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you do this? Why wouldn't you do that? But in reality, the rules and regulations on paper are a bit loose in some aspects, and it can be interpreted in such a way that it can be used against someone at a whim. I was speaking to a police officer a while back, talking about rules and this sort of stuff, and he was basically saying, no matter what you do, what you think you do, if a police officer stops you, he can arrest you on just about any common. It's basic laws that you can arrest you on, basically.
Yeah. Hey, Nancy, good to see you, ma'am.
Hello, Nancy. All right, so Anne Haynes says, I've been to China to teach there for 3 years. I can tell you at first hand it's no good at all for the majority. Yeah, I could imagine.
I can imagine that.
Interesting.
And even if you obey their rules and have good score and things like that, they probably check your ID, everything you do, basically. Or
Yeah, well, the thing is, it's the fact that you're then wary about what you're doing. You got to watch your step in case you inadvertently cross the line, break the law, etc.
yeah,
I mean, it's been proven time and time again that people will act differently when they're being watched. Yeah, it's just human nature, and it's sort of twists the way people live.
yeah.
You get behavioural modification, which isn't really good to begin with. But yeah, it's a weird situation.
Yeah, that makes people really paranoid.
Yeah, exactly. Paranoia. That's one way to look at it. And they come back with the argument all the time. Well, if you're not doing anything wrong, then you shouldn't be worried.
Well,
But,
you're still paranoid.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, and just like Anne Haynes says there, nobody trusts nobody. It's starting to deviate a bit, but I know China. I've heard this talk spoken about a couple of times in the last couple of months. Is the fact if you're Chinese, then it's your moral obligation to spy for China, no matter where you are, if they ask you to. If you don't, the Chinese sort of morality police will come and get you. But
Because
anyway.
if you report your neighbor, you get rewarded. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
You all still alive? Yes, Kentucky survivalist. We are still alive.
And
No, I have been live for 47 minutes and 53 seconds.
did the stream start yesterday? I know some of your older streams are going to go for 8 to 12 hours, aren't they?
11. I had the longest stream I had was 11 hours. Trust me, I never do that again. Never.
Should do a sponsored stream sort of thing. Well, yeah,
I would be so paranoid to crack a fort under that system for fear of losing social credit.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And it's the same when you see people, even in Britain these days. You talk to someone, or someone gets interviewed in the street. I don't want to talk about that. People are starting to be in the position where they're starting to get afraid to speak about things because double standards. They'll get labelled as whatever, and it's just like North Korea, getting a bit ridiculous, really.
Yeah.
Not as bad as North Korea, but you know what I mean. Right, so yeah, Kentucky survivalist, the crag. Yeah, yeah. Who's your guest? He says. Yeah, so Kentucky survivalist, preparedness veteran. Got a YouTube channel if you want to check me out. And McBean, John McBean's in the case.
Yeah. Hey, McBean, good to see you, brother. So that is a society I don't want to live in, with all that surveillance like they have in China. I would definitely get paranoid. I'm already paranoid at a certain amount, but that would make it even worse.
Well, I mean, yeah. Once the cat's out of the bag, that's it. That's why I don't really reveal who I am. Don't show my face on YouTube. I think social media is a bit. In the future, it can come back and bite you. I mean, it's not. There's a lot of interlinked things. Digital currency, for instance. Yeah, we're okay at the
Yeah,
moment. Still got cash. But the moment we go down the digital currency route, for instance, then you've got to have an ID to be linked into getting paid, basically, whether it be by the state
yeah,
or through your job or whatever. So there's been a lot of countries trialing digital currency. India has been one of them. There's been various trials here in Britain through various little
I agree with that, McPhee.
towns. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. The CR. Hello, CR.
Hey, CR, good to see you, brother.
It's like the old adage, the government should be afraid of the people, not the other way around. Uh, I mean, now we're lucky we got physical paper money or whatever it's made of, polymer in some cases. The moment we
Yeah,
go into a digital currency, then you'll need ID. When we get to that stage, we are completely beholden to a system even more than we are now. I mean, we're not completely free at the moment. We're enslaved at the moment, let alone anything else. But the moment we go down a digital system, then good luck, because what is it? Now, anyone does online banking. Yeah, the amount you got in the bank now is just a number on a computer somewhere, and you may not even use money at the moment. You may just use everything by swipe card, tap and go, your ATM card, etc., etc. But in the future, that's going to get worse. Uh, so, can the government switch you off completely? Can someone hack your account, erase everything, hack the central banks?
yeah,
It, I know a lot of these things are pretty robust in the encryption and the algorithms are there, but the possibility exists. But if you are, enemy of the state scenario, everyone's seen that film probably. Your
yeah.
identity.
I think I have watched that movie
Uh, yeah,
a
Gene
long
Hackman.
time ago.
Yeah. So your whole identity can be erased. You no longer exist. You no longer have a social security number. You no longer have a national insurance number. You no longer have a health number. You basically are a nobody. So you can quite easily walk around with the money you've got, but you try and go and get healthcare. What's your national insurance number? Or what's your healthcare number? Gone. You can't access healthcare.
Well, that sounds like the Knight Rider, Michael Knight, a man who does not exist.
Yeah. So we've got to be very wary about wanting, and there are a lot of people who want and like the convenience of having no money. They like using their tap and pay um, banking cards. And
Hey, Boots, good to see you.
boats us by our hello. It's a case of use it or lose it. We don't resist. Uh, it'll definitely go down that route of digitized money. I mean, the Queen of England put something in place before she died for the British people to ensure that physical money will still exist and carry on. And if that doesn't happen, if we do go down digitization route, then you're talking an uprising of the black market, bartering, so on. So personally, I wouldn't be a fan of digitized money route, digitized banking system completely. You've always got to have some sort of money to fall back on.
They have talked about digital currency,
Yeah,
digital money here in Sweden as well.
right.
But now our central bank here says that we are almost cashless at 100%. Uh, we are probably cashless at 99% as it is now. Uh, but now our central bank says, hey, we should get the money back. So we are not going to use our plastic cards to pay things. We should have physical money on
Yeah.
us. So they want to go back to that. But and I agree with them. I agree. Physical cash is the best thing.
Well, I think it does make sense to have different forms of payment because you then inherently got a more robust system. But relying on one system only, uh, it's got its vulnerabilities, especially I mean we used to live for many years, decades and decades, hundreds of years, thousands of years with just money.
Yeah.
But if you were to just live in a digitized world, then I think that's even more vulnerable. I mean, all we got to look at, one of the threats we talked about a couple of weeks ago, solar flares. If the grid got taken down, or the GPS system got taken down, the satellites and the GPS timing, etc., then the whole digitized system will be gone, basically, because it relies on timing, communication. A digital currency there's more systems that it relies on to function. So power, timing, communication.
Yeah. And the problem with digital currencies is that it takes a lot of energy to run those computers who transfer all these digital currencies around the world. So
Yeah.
it takes a lot of energy and it takes a lot of computer power to do so. And they are really vulnerable if something happens.
Yeah. Whereas paper money, if the whole of the grid collapses, SHTF kicks off, whether it be short term, etc., then the money you've got's the money you've got. People will still recognise that cash is king, etc., etc. It's been proven time and time again when the cash point machines, the ATMs have failed. You can turn up at a gasoline store, petrol station, still buy fuel with the physical currency you've got. That's why it makes sense to a lot of people, preppers, etc., who've got any sort of preparedness about them, to have some form of physical cash with them, because they know that because cash is king, it will still pay the way for a while after. Whereas digital, bang, it's gone. It's how do you get that back? It's very difficult.
Yeah, it is.
And that'll be, if things do come back online, for instance, let's say you've got some gold or silver coins and stuff like that.
Yeah.
You've always got it. You can always refer back to it. You can always cash it in. Money, paper money, for instance, it's got vulnerabilities. The inflation rate could go up and down, go sky high, like it did in Germany just before the Second World War. But with digital currency gone, how do you prove that you had X amount in the bank? And another example, we're talking about currency now, but Cyprus.
Well, if you need to take out some cash from the bank, you need the ID anyway.
Yeah, you need your ATM card. Cyprus, for instance, when Cyprus banks collapsed, two banks collapsed. The Bank of Cyprus and the Laika Bank, which is the Greek Cypriot bank. And funnily enough, it happened on the Friday. So they had all weekend the ATMs shut down on a Friday. They had all weekend to connive and come to some sort of solution as to what they were going to do. On the Monday morning, when there was no access to any sort of ATM machine, the bank did a bail-in. So your currency was encircled, ring-fenced, and the bank actually took money off people. I think it was 10 to 15%. So whatever you had in the bank, 10 to 15% of that, when you reach a certain limit, was taken off of you to bolster the bank up, support the bank.
Hey, Peace Journey, good to see you.
Hey, Peace Journey. And then the two banks ended up combining, and they had a bail-in.
Yeah.
So can you imagine that if that were to happen with a purely digital currency now, with no access to any cash, it would be much worse, and you wouldn't have any sort of. You could have no warning whatsoever. Flick of a switch, gone. No access to your accounts. Flick of a switch, gone. You got zero. The bank's got the rest of it to support it, and so on.
Yeah.
So yeah, and linked back to your identity, it's all interlinked, like we said these days. I mean, I know a lot of governmental systems and commercial systems, they're all singing or dancing in isolation on their own. A lot of them have trouble talking to each other. Well, I mean, it's got better now. I mean, even the local doctor surgeries did have problems with the hospital records. That's now solved because there's a big National Health Service database where you need your access to log in, you got your account to log in, and then they can access your details. But a lot of systems are pretty isolated and bespoke and air gapped still. But when it all comes, in some point in the future, everything becomes interlinked, and it all comes back to this magic number, your social security number, national insurance number, and so on. Then that is you. Without that number, without because that's your ID, without that number, you are nobody. You've got literally no access to any modern day facilities whatsoever. So yeah, good luck on that, folks.
Yeah.
There's not even a place, in a lot of countries nowadays, there's not even a place you could go to, bugger off into the woods with your bug-out bag and axe and just build a cabin and live. Not many places you can do that. There probably are places you can do it, but almost every square inch of land in most countries is accounted for and someone owns it, and they'll be onto you soon enough to turf you off, regardless of squatters' rights and all this sort of stuff. So I mean, living as well. We just talked about squatters' rights. A lot of people used to, squatting was a big thing. Any derelict building, they were just moving to that place, squat. And you couldn't get rid of them unless you went through the courts, which could take months and a lot of money. So in some respects, people who do that without ID become a pest to modern day society, and hence new rules come in, new regulations come in. Yeah. The Peace Journey says there's still gaps between home health agencies, federal agencies, and doctors' offices here in the US. Right, same sort of deal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Weren't we lucky as kids when the links couldn't all connect?
Yep, exactly. Everything was done hydraulically, pen and paper system, paper filing systems. I mean, things were a lot, were a lot slower back then. in terms of cross-referencing things, proving things, and referrals and so on. The modern day systems have become so quick, so advanced. Hang on a second, I'll be back in a minute.
No problem. Someone calls Peavy. They have many tricks in the bank to suck your money than most are even aware of. Yeah, I believe you on that one, Anne. The teller couldn't even look me in my face. Yeah. Used to be able to fill a jug in no time with pocket change. Just try that now. Yeah. I have at least one jar with some physical money. If I can get that out without causing a mess. This jar, I have some money. So, physical money. I have put away a lot in here, and I need to put in some more money. I forgot that, so I need to put in some more. Physical cash is always nice to have, but it makes problems when you are almost 100% cashless. Change of pace. I believe that most corporations and institutions are more focused on profits than citizens. I agree with that. Big Pharma definitely is. Mine is the same, triples, but all mine are a coin and it's in a smaller glass jar. Yeah, that's good. Banks pay a lot for research on how to use subliminal messages on people. Yeah, I'm familiar with that kind of messages. Yeah, those money I have in that jar, I have that for emergencies. So I don't touch that money. I have a jar of pennies, but it's because they are all the old copper ones for a project. Okay, that's good. Digital swear jar doesn't seem the same. I agree with you about that one, CR. Be right back. I have biscuits in the oven. Get those biscuits out of the oven. Yeah, I the U.S. money is basically in one color, easy to forge, make fake money. Hey, Bushcraft family, good to see you, brother. I chose your topic suggestion for today's video live stream, buddy. I used to collect old money for years, then someone stole it all. Oh, that sucks. But anyway, you need an ID for if you need to a passport. You need to show your national ID if you have one, or your driver's license. Um, and if I'm going to buy some alcohol, I need to show my ID. If I go and buy some tobacco, I need to show my ID. So that is really difficult to be without an ID. So, and even at the pharmacy, if you have a membership there, you have to show your IDs too. So, and if the cop stops you and you need to show your ID, I hope the bastards never get to enjoy spending it. I hope so too, Etta.
Yeah, sorry, Shadow. I had to take a important.
Yeah.
Call, but yeah, so.
Yeah, they are wanting to do a world ID, but by 2030. Never heard of that one before.
Yeah. I don't think that will happen by that date. I mean, all you got to do is look at. Everyone's got a world ID now, anyway. Most people have got a passport. So, what is that? It just, it's an ID linked to your address, your social security number in most cases, and it details what country you're in. So that's more or less an ID now, really. I think having a universal one where everything's the same by 2030, that's not going to happen. There'll be plenty of kickback from that, I should imagine. Yeah.
I never heard about that. They want to do a world ID by 2030. I never heard of that one before. So that's pretty new.
So I'm guessing Bushcraft Family that links into the Agenda 2030 scenario. Is that right? Right. Yeah. So as a glance said, what I hate, but might be a backup in ID terms is biometric identification. Right.
Right.
And we had in Britain there was a biometric ID system which was proposed in Parliament a while back, and it just got put down straight away. People got to remember it costs a lot of money, a lot of systems. You're talking billions to put these things in place for a single country. On the one hand, on the other hand, they can find money whenever they like. They can just pull it out the backsides, really, and print more money. And money's not an object when it comes to government. They just go deeper in debt. Look at the national debt. I mean, British national debt at the moment is something like 3 trillion plus. Guardian.
Hey, Guardian.
Hello.
Guardian, do you want to join us up here, buddy?
So, yeah, I mean, when you're talking about without ID...
Yeah, it's funding by the big elites like Gates and so on. Okay.
Right. Yeah, very hard to do. Very hard to do. You know, this day and age of trust in the government, trust in systems, etc., etc. I can just imagine the pushback that sort of thing will create. The only thing that people they can get people with and enforce it with various people is the fact that if you don't do this, we'll cut your benefits off or your state pension off, or you need to do X, Y, and Z action and apply for X, Y, and Z identities, or you cannot get your pension, you cannot get your social security, etc. If you're, it's why I say to people, if the more independent you can be and less reliant on any form of governmental aid or anything like that, the better, because you're just not beholden to anyone then. You need your own plot of land, your own house to live in, all bought and paid for, ideally mortgage free, ideally some sort of self-employed little cottage industry, and then you're not beholden to anyone. Most of us are beholden to someone in some way, shape, or form all our lives, really, whether that be a government handout or social security or grant or benefit, whether that be you're living on someone's land and you're renting, whether that be you owe the bank someone, or whether that be you're employed by another employer and you got to adhere to their rules, whatever. You're always beholden to someone. But that's the argument with modern day society, really. What do? You dig a big hole, build a bunker, swallow your national insurance number, and go away and live on your own. Fine. What do you do when you get sick? What do you do when your loneliness starts to kick in and you start going around the bend because you need a social interaction and etc., etc.? How do you travel from A to B without a vehicle? With a vehicle, you need a driving license, got to be registered to an address, which needs some form of ID, a means of income, private pension, whatever. You need some form of address, social ID. It's critically almost impossible. Yeah. I mean, you could limit yourself.
Hello.
Hey, brother.
How's it going?
Hey, Bushcraft Family, how you doing?
Well, not too bad. Just taking it easy today.
Good.
That's good.
That's what it's all about. So, I mean, you could, people could limit, so, okay, I would say it's almost impossible to live without ID, but you can limit what ID you have and how you conduct yourself and interact with people and buy things.
Oh yeah, they'll always, and that's the thing is, how do they figure a way to get everybody to do it? Well, there's already a company that last year or year before with Bitcoin, they say, come get your eye scanned and we'll give you $25 in this Bitcoin. And people, they didn't have it in the United States, but people from United States flew to Germany to wait in line to have their eyes scanned.
Right. Desperation. It's $25
of Bitcoin.
Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. You're basically selling your soul out, really.
Oh yeah, and the worst part of it is the only way you could scan your eye is you had to kneel down and look into this thing to scan it.
Right.
So not only did you you scan your eye, you had to kneel in front of this silver orb looking thing to do it.
Yeah, I mean, once you've got, it's like, the cat's out of the bag. Once you've given that information away, it's just the same as
using a phone.
well, no, I was going to say a DNA sample, 23andMe, and all these sort of sites where you're basically relinquishing your DNA, and you get some cockamamie answer back saying, your heritage is from X, Y, and Z country, but fine, you're satisfied, you've got the answer you wanted, but your DNA is still stored forever. They've got it. So they basically own your, they own you basically, don't they?
And the thing is, well, here in the United States, when they search for DNA, they search for federal and all this stuff, and then if they can't find it, by law, they're allowed to look for those other websites,
right,
to get the DNA.
It's like
you'd be surprised how many people they identify, not just from that person, but relatives from that person that did the test. They can find somebody down the road in your family that may have done something bad.
Yeah, in some respects that's a good thing. For it's like any other law and rule and regulation. If it's used correctly, it's okay, but the scope of abuse is
that's the thing.
It's greater in it. Yeah. Like CR says there in the comments, fingerprint. Once you anything unique to you, it's on a system, a database somewhere. It's all come down to trust and how paranoid people get. They already know where you live normally, in most cases, because they've got your driving license and you got your address on it. They already know where you live because you register at a certain address through your social security number or your national health or national insurance number, and so on. Come and get me. I know. You know where I live, etc. So it's all about the balance of trust, I suppose. I see a lot of people, or hear about a lot of people who are involved with, they're registered with all sorts of agencies, all sorts of websites. And I think you've got to keep a tight rein on things. The more you relinquish, the more you're opening yourself up for a route into your life, and you're opening yourself up for personal hacking, if you like, personal identity theft or personal identity intrusion. And when that happens, if you've got multiple strands of access coming in from various agencies, various commercial agencies and so on, then it'd be very hard to pinpoint down where that route's come from. You're almost, you've become your own mainframe and you're constantly under sort of electronic attack. How do you how do you build your own sort of firewall against it? It becomes very difficult then.
It's actually impossible. There's no, even the government's 10K different encryption things are hackable. It's been proven. It's been done. There's nothing out there that cannot be overtaken. And what's even worse is,
Garden Girl, good to see you, ma'am.
You get people that say, "Well, I've never been arrested. They don't have my fingerprints and this and that." I said, "Wait, do you have a cell phone?" Yeah. And I said, "They got your fingerprints, your retinal scan, all that stuff. They have all your information, just everything that you prefer and what colors you like and what colors you don't like and all kinds of stuff. You'd be surprised at how much data is on that cell phone of yours."
Yeah, I mean, people, as long as as soon as they stick their head above the parapet and they want, or someone, I'm not saying they as in the government or anything, but if anyone wants to target any sort of specific person, then they can target them, and it'd be quite easy for them with the right resources to get that person in a multiple manner of forms. So, yeah, I would say if anyone is concerned about, their ID security, digital security, physical security, then limit yourself down to the exposure of interaction to various things. So, if you can, cash-based transactions, whether that means going to the bank once a month, drawing out a load of cash, and then using that load of cash for physical transactions, it can be done. Or, there's various pluses and minuses. Obviously, you're then exposing yourself to theft because you're taking transactions at the bank, etc., etc. But you can go to a marketplace and deal direct with cash, face to face with someone. I still like going to a lot of places. I won't buy clothes online, for instance. 9 times out of 10 it'll arrive. It'll be the wrong size or slightly different because all the sizes are slightly different. Then you got to go through the rigmarole of sending it back, getting your refund back, and so on. I prefer to do things cash transaction, really. Even nowadays, I'll only use 2 or 3 different websites to do transactions on to buy things, and then otherwise I go and seek it out personally. So,
Well,
yeah.
Does your money over there, do they have tracking strips or anything like US does?
What do you mean tracking strips?
It's built in the currency that
not really. I mean, every banknote is serial numbered, but it'll be almost impossible to track every banknote because I could get it out of the bank, an ATM machine, but I could then go and spend it at a market or a car boot sale.
It's not meant to here. It's not meant to, like, they don't track every bill. It's more like if money was exchanged and they got the money, they could track the money from where it's been. Or if bad people did something, they can track the money through that way. It's not like they can
batches
see what everybody's doing with their money or anything. So they say.
I'm not sure. They could probably track batches of notes and do some sort of find out where it's been spent ultimately through when it recirculates back to the bank and so on. Well, I can't really say about that sort of thing. I don't know. But yeah, I mean, like we said earlier, there's plenty of people, homeless people who living offline, living off grid, walking the streets. Some by choice, some not by choice. A lot of drugs involved, drink involved. A lot of people
or gambling problems.
Gambling problems, yeah, or they've lost everything through divorce. But I say there's a lot of people who, by choice, are quite comfortable living that sort of lifestyle. I've seen them. I've seen these people, and they love it. They think it's great, as long as the civic infrastructure that we provide exists. So they go to the soup kitchens, they go to the hostel to get the free bed for the night. They go to the walk-in centre for medical treatment, dental care, or they see the street doctor and so on. We can't all do that though. There's some sort of tilt point because we're providing that service through the taxation system, etc., for that person. But it can be done. Yeah, definitely can be done. It depends on. It's like Shadow said. It's a hard life and it takes its toll eventually, and you get a lot of mental problems, physical health problems start to develop. So it's not a long-term way of life. It's conducive to good productivity of health. Limit yourself. I'd say use as much cash-based transactions as you can. You can use as much barter or community exchange systems as you can. You can use alternative forms of identity that aren't linked into governmental or database types of scenarios, like proof of age cards, for instance. Some countries, the proof of age cards exist specifically for age verification in itself, which is useful for buying sort of age-related items without a driving license or a passport, for instance. So you can limit your identity card down to that instead of getting a driving license or a passport. Certain organisations offer limited services or resources to use without ID, such as the homeless shelter or the
Look at
meal kitchens and stuff.
New York City during the sickness thing, when they were trying really hard to do the little the juice ID thing, to where if you didn't go in and scan your phone, you wouldn't get served.
The track and trace app. Yeah.
That it didn't go over too well. And that's those things, those little tests that they do.
Yeah,
to see how well it goes over.
I've got a digital identity card online, and it's basically, as a veteran, I was entitled for a veteran's discount card in Britain. It's a wonderful thing. I've saved hundreds and hundreds of pounds using it because you get really fantastic deals of it, etc. The penalty is you register with the website and you get issued with a digital identity card that only exists on your phone. So when you're paying for something or you show it in the restaurant, they want to see your ID, you just swipe this screen across and it shows you this digital ID card. So
they got something similar to that here. It's
right.
But you carry your ID, your military.
Right. Yeah, I've got that as well.
Veterans card.
Yeah, I've got a veterans card as well. To get that, I had to scan my passport. I had to link my passport with my driving license. I then had to download a specific veterans application on my phone, which linked to the government website, and then it scans your face, and then you put all in your details, your when you joined the army, when you left, your regimental number, and then 10 days later your veterans ID card arrives, and it's you've got your little photograph on it and all this sort of stuff. So it depends what the benefits are for various forms of ID, really. I thought long and hard about getting one, but for me, the benefits outweigh the cons. So I wasn't really worried about it. They know where I am, who I am anyway, because I get me pension and stuff like that through the MOD. Yeah. So personally, I'm not worried about that aspect of it. But there are people who are concerned this sort of thing. I was talking, CR still in the audience there, about Freeman of the Land, which is quite a unique sort of off-the-grid form of living.
They say it's really hard to find, not find somebody unless they've been off-grid, no paper trail for 20 years.
Yeah.
It's really, really hard not to find a trace of somebody.
Yeah, especially with the electronic system as well, online and social media as well. We spoke earlier about the electoral system and the voting system. It's probably the same in other countries, but here in Britain, this when you register to vote, your name and address gets put on an electoral register. That register gets duplicated, and the duplicate version is called the open register. And that has businesses, companies, charities, and websites like 192 or peoplefinder.com. They have all got access to this open register. So, anyone who out there who has voted or who registered to vote will be on this register, this open register, unless they've specifically opted out And no doubt it's like one of those little tiny check boxes you miss quite easily, you know. So it's a lot of things people have got to be very wary of. It's like downloading a new app or some sort of registry cleaner and this sort of stuff. You know, you got the option when you download it, when you're going through installation procedure of just ticking, you know, install or customize. If you actually click the customize tab, you then got all these other options. You thought, oh, hang on a minute, I wouldn't have pressed, you know, express if I didn't know about this, and this. And it starts installing all these extensions, so you can uncheck those boxes, for instance. It's a bit similar to that sort of regime, you know.
Yeah. I remember antivirus things were big with that.
Yeah.
You get them discs, you put them in there, and then there'll be like a hidden little checkbox saying that a free service or whatever it would be.
Another thing that when you register to vote in Britain, and you get these two registers, you then automatically go on to the jury register as well, so you can be called up for jury service. Another thing for them to think about. But it's not all. I mean, people have got to consider. You know, why would you not want an ID? What are the benefits of that? Yeah, a lot of people want to be left alone at the end of the day, get on with their lives and so on. They don't want people sticking their noses in and interfering with your business every 5 minutes or being held to account for.
Hey, Guardian, good to see you, brother.
Hey, Guardian. Or, you know, being held to ransom in some cases, like the China scenario where you got a social credit score. You put a foot wrong, your social credit score goes down, and you then lost the ability to put in for a driving license or fly to a different country, etc., etc. You know, it can get to that stage. And I think a lot of people, that's what they're starting to get wary of, because trust in governments and external agencies, whether it be commercial or whatever, you know, has diminished big time. The trust isn't there anymore. I think a lot of people just do the bare minimum, and they only really
Anne.
opt for things when they have to.
Stopping by.
Thanks, Anne.
Yeah, when you sit there and see the projected 15-minute cities that they're already testing, the grocery stores that have locks on the food to where you go up and where you open the door to grab something has locks on it already, but it's not implemented yet. And that's where, like, oh, you ate too much bacon this month, so when you go to get bacon out of the door, you can't open the door because you ate too much bacon that month.
Well, it could get to that sort of situation. I mean, in the future, you know, as artificial intelligence,
this is down the road.
As artificial intelligence systems become more and more sophisticated and interlinked, then you probably won't need any ID whatsoever at all in the future. You just show your face, and your facial recognition will kick in, or some sort of biometric system will kick in, or iris scanning system, or DNA system. You know, who knows? When we get to that point, there literally is nowhere to hide unless you've been born in some mud hut in the backwoods somewhere, and you're completely anonymous. Yeah.
The question is, hello everybody.
Go ahead.
Hello, God. No,
go ahead, Shad. I can hold my thought. No problem.
I was thinking about here in Sweden, when you are going to get a passport here, you have to leave your fingerprints.
Right.
Yeah. And I was thinking that what happens in the future? Well, they wanted us to put fingerprints in our passports because it's easy to identify the person that you are, the one who you say you are. But what if they had in mind to add your DNA profile in the passport as well.
Right.
And fingerprints. I think that will be a possible future.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, you see the some of the movies in the future when you open up the ID, it scans your face. Or if
Well,
you're getting a
that's
call or something, you have to put your eye up there to verify that's who it is and stuff like that.
I'll just sorry, Guardian. I'm just going to mention something to Shadow there. That reality is now because I flew abroad recently. I come back into the UK, and you have to do two actions really. You swiped your passport across a scanner, and it digitally read your passport. Then you had to look at a screen, and it scanned your face. So all passports now are linked into face scanning technology. So as I stood in front of this machine, it scanned my face. Various dots appeared on the screen around my face and so on, and it automatically linked me to the digital information that I'd scanned my passport through. So that's there now. So when you further down the line in the future, you won't even have to swipe your passport through. You'll just scan your face, and then you're in, because your details are already linked into who you are previously through registration. But yeah, sorry, Guardian, go ahead.
Yeah, it's obviously at the moment, hi everybody to the people on panel and chat as well. So I think it goes one of two ways, right? At the moment, obviously, with technology increasing consistently every week, you're hearing about these amazing new techs that are arriving, and I think it's a very exciting time to be alive. I think it's amazing that there's a lot of good things about it too. There's absolutely the possibility for it to help the medical field a lot as well. With if you look at technology. And just when we approach general AI, which is a whole different thing, right? But the point is that with that, there could definitely be a large and vast amount of, increases to our livelihood and the way that we see things. That even goes into the fact that it's not so much the problem that we need the jobs to earn money, it's that we need money to live. And I think that that's going to come to a point soon where that could change amazingly. Even if you look at the way that people used to have to work 100 years ago, just to have the basic needs and necessities met, we could definitely see a future where we would see as much of a difference from the industrial age, where people were legitimately working in the factory lines as well, encountering all sorts of health impacts from that as well. And I think that just when it comes down to it, we could look at really vast improvements in our livelihoods in a lot of ways, in a great way. But unfortunately, as we get much more access to technology, the chances that some random person in their basement in the middle of nowhere could essentially be playing with the right or wrong type of AI and crash a lot of different systems that we currently use to maintain our livelihoods. You see, those are the two different pathways that I started off with saying is that's kind of where we're at right now. And that's what I'm saying. It's extremely interesting to be alive, but tomorrow the lights could be turned off, or there's so many different ways, as we're getting better with it, that you could have technology that would turn off. And this is what I've said previously. The governments are racing to get that technology as fast as they possibly can.
Yeah, I agree with Guardian about that one. Our technology get more and more advanced every year, and especially the AI technology. Soon they probably make our passports or ID cards. They put in some AI in those too in the future. I would not be surprised.
AI are creating better AI, and that's where we already have a big problem with this. That itself just goes off. It goes really crazy quickly. And I'm sorry that I sound like such a kook when it comes to all of this. I know that it's a very far-fetched topic. It's just one that really intrigues me a lot, and I think that we're at the forefront of amazing technologies. And I wouldn't even say year to year. I'd say at the moment, this technology is galloping forward. So it's like week to week almost. So I don't know. It's just, I think in what we do, we should always learn to be as self-reliant as possible and turn to nature. Absolutely. Realize how to, live in the environment around us if the lights do go off, for better or worse.
Yeah. It's like
Welcome back, CR.
Peace Journey says there, the only way to escape is to become a caveman or something. It depends. It depends how much you want to interact and rely on society, I think. And there's various drawbacks to having an ID. I think the number one would spring to mind for most people is privacy concerns. Like I said, if you've got an extensive collection of identities and identity cards and accounts and so on, corporate surveillance isn't to be ruled out. Government surveillance or government targeting isn't to be ruled out if they want to get you. It could be a case of mistaken identity. They could be targeting or gone down the wrong route and they're targeting a specific person. But the big question I always think of is who's got access to the information and where's it stored and how's it used? You always hear about these stories of your health records being on a database in America, for instance. Who owns that? What are they doing with it? Are they selling the information on to someone else and so on? Are they harvesting? Information is big business these days. Data is big business. I mean, what do you do if you have got, another drawback of identification is if you've got a digital ID and we're going down this route of digital ID system, then are you going to be discriminated against because you're, if certain groups struggle to gain ID, they may be excluded from accessing different services and opportunities, for instance. The risk of a breach of data or the database where your information is stored can be hacked. Hacking is a thing that occurs hundreds and thousands of times a day all over the world. It was only a couple of months ago in Britain that all the military veterans pensions and payment system was hacked. And there was a couple of thousand, it descends down to the physical result. Physical people on the ground were, the result was they didn't get paid. Great. So it does bounce down to a physical sort of result. And then, you got the cost of an ID system, the bureaucracy of an ID system, maintaining a system that's still valid, coherent, a working system. It's expensive, time consuming, and especially for any government these days who want to implicate such a system, they've got to start pulling the money from somewhere and start funding it.
It's also all extremely vulnerable at the moment. If you think about how easy it is to access a lot of that information, it becomes easier day by day too. So I don't know. I think that there's a lot that really goes alongside of this. Do you agree as well, Bushcraft? Like that a lot of the way and direction at the moment, I think that, when it comes to these type of topics, I know that you've gone extensively and engaged in, communication around this specifically. Do you share the same sentiment?
Oh yeah. That's why I was saying it earlier. There's nobody or no government that is totally secure. There's even places where there's no connection. It's the only way you can use the database. This database is to bring something in and connect it. That's the only way you can get into that database. And people's found ways of getting past that security, where there's no connection, there's nothing to the internet or anything, but yet it's still got hacked. People will always find a way to to do that. It's just the way it is.
I remember a famous case. Well, it's not so famous actually. I can't remember the company, but basically there was an air-gapped system, so it wasn't connected to any internet or intranet or anything like that. And this air-gapped system, a foreign intelligence service wanted to gain access control to it. So what they did was they knew all the employees worked in a specific car park, parked their vehicles in a specific car park. So one morning, this is they're talking about the human element of vulnerability, the weakness in the system.
Yep.
One of the agents dropped a load of USB sticks on the floor in the car park, and of course, gambling on the fact that one person is going to take the bait. An employee picked up the USB sticks, kept one for himself, gave the rest in. The one he kept for himself, he put into the work computer, and that was it. Access control straight away. Your Trojan is in there. So like you say, the human element, and no system is invulnerable.
Well, just like that, everybody says we've got the face recognition thing and stuff. AI is so powerful now that they don't even need that. They don't even have to look at your face. They can just they create an algorithm of the way you walk. If there's a video of anywhere of what you look like when you're walking, AI can pinpoint within 99.9% that it's you because of the way you move and everything when you walk.
Yeah, gait analysis.
Yeah, it's some crazy stuff out there.
Yep, absolutely.
And what Guardian was saying about the AI is learning to be better. Google has been doing this for years. They made an AI, and the only purpose of this AI is to improve itself. And once it improves itself, it improves it. The next day it goes on and improves itself more and more every time. And it deletes the old version of itself and keeps improving. And it's allowed to run, and it's been running like this for years.
Yep, and that's just the ones we know about.
Yeah,
the ones behind the scenes.
The concerning topic about this as well, if you look about 2 weeks back, OpenAI, the company, disbanded their risk team, right? Now, if you look at what a risk team does in almost any of these companies, the fact that they essentially disbanded their risk team as well for various reasons, I mean, you can obviously look into this a bit deeper, but that alone says a lot. Like right now, if you look at a lot of these technologies, it's just, we should be also extremely grateful that it is open-based at the moment. I don't know if it'll always be available to the public, but the way that it is, but the fact that it's open sourced and that pretty much anybody has, that it's available to anybody is also really the problem with it. And this whole topic comes down to, there've been a couple of people that have warned us more than a decade ago that AI was getting out of control, and I won't take this topic there, but it can lean into like the whole simulation theory, and but I won't go there, don't worry.
Well, even Muskie, he creates AI, and he says it's what will destroy the world.
Yep.
So once you open that box, you can't close it.
Exactly. And there's an old saying, AI is our last invention.
Yeah.
It's an interesting subject to delve into. But
look at all your websites and stuff, Facebook, Google.
Yep.
They have an AI button, so you can play around and have fun with it.
Yeah. and you start to link that into identity, and it gets so more complicated and controlled and held to ransom and this sort of stuff. But I mean, people shouldn't be too paranoid. You've got to live your life. You've got to continue and seek to progress in life and this sort of stuff. So there are benefits to having identification. Don't get me wrong. I'm not poo-pooing identification altogether. I just have a balance of what you do and all this sort of stuff. Identification in its sort of simplest form. Why did it start? It started off for security and crime prevention. So it does help with fraud and identity theft. Businesses, etc., can confirm who they are, who they're talking to. Governments and government agencies can track individuals for criminal reasons and all this sort of stuff. Access to services. ID is often required to access essential services, healthcare, education, social programs. So it does do a massive amount of good. I think people just got to be very careful, really careful. Social trust. Knowing someone's identity allows for some form of accountability. I think the more anonymous someone is, they're more likely to. I mean, how many trolls out there, for instance, on YouTube, that hide behind an account with no videos, no subscribers, and this sort of stuff. The anonymous, you're hiding behind something really. To a certain level, don't fully expose yourself, but yeah, it's a balance again. And financial transactions. An ID verifies who owns the account, who owns the assets. It does prevent unauthorized access to various things. Without my identity systems in place, for instance, hopefully, no one else can access my bank account and start paying things with my cards and stuff. So,
So just quickly, we're actually watching an episode of, suggested by a relative of mine that we watch the Ozark series. So we're busy watching Ozark at the moment, where they've got to change identities and stuff. And if you guys want a really good series, I mean, obviously it depends on what you're into. Well, Ozark is really, really good. If you want a more serious series, they actually speak about specifically that, where people need to get copies of their IDs, and it obviously happens quite often in witness protection and that type of thing too, where people will be given an entirely new profile. So yeah, I mean, it happens. I think that in SHTF though, with ways to ID people, I think that we might go back to very primitive means. If you have a society and you want to keep track of them, I think having ID numbers per se could be very difficult, because that's easy to kind of do. I think that there have been a couple of ways to identify people, but I don't even think primitive ways such as tattoos and stuff like that lean into a darker topic, so I won't go there either. But I'm just saying, in an SHTF type scenario, you'd need to be able to kind of have some sort of identification if it came to larger communities.
Yeah, interesting actually. Tattoos is a good one. Yeah, good visual one, especially for an extreme SHTF, long-term SHTF event. I mean, in Afghanistan, we were taking people and iris scanning them for future reference.
Oh yeah.
So when you've got an enemy that you don't know if they're good or bad because there's no uniform involved at a later date, you've got something to refer back on.
That iris scan that you use. Well, the United States used it too. They left it behind.
Oh, right. So classic. What a surprise.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's amazing. Some of the, all these systems in place, and the vulnerabilities involved are the simple vulnerabilities, and the weak links in the chain can just bring the whole system down quite easily, or give access to every man and his dog, complete access to a system that you're trying to keep under wraps and stuff. There's another form.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say there's another form of ID, but I'll hold that for a sec. So just go on, GP.
I was going to say there was a conversation happening recently as well, with the way that tracking is getting, and with the way that certain technology is. Like, the question was actually posed on a podcast with Rogan, where they were asking, is technology at the point where even the guys that were speaking in the studio, they were like, should we go and just go right now? Like, isn't it the right decision right now to go to these these big AI companies and try and bring them down somehow, like rally enough people to kind of, because we are heading for a very dangerous path. But that's, with the whole ID thing and trying to, just make sure that we stay on track with that. I think that when it comes to where we're at, it just seems very primitive, the way that we're tracking IDs at the moment. I mean, with rate middle scans, that's amazing. And some of the technology that they're using to track social scores and stuff like that as well over in the East is remarkably on point. Whether or not people agree or disagree with that, though, I think that there's obviously pros and cons to all of this technology, right? And the capability to have IDs in the future, and what it really means to not have an ID. There's also sorry to use media and different sources like that to push a point, but on the Black Mirror episode, there's a Black Mirror episode as well where social credit score gets completely out of control. You guys should absolutely watch Black Mirror if you like into preparedness whatsoever. Like, Black Mirror has some really good, relevant episodes that speak about some of the dystopian stuff that's going on right now. It's just a really good show. But yeah.
Is that on Netflix or Disney Plus or whatever?
Should still be on Netflix.
Yeah, check it out. It should still be on Netflix. I'm sure it will be. It's very, very good. Specifically, like the first season was absolutely amazing. Black Mirror is definitely one to watch. And then the other two that I suggested, are like Sinner. Sinner's like a documentary, like crime series type of thing, and then Ozark, which is also really good for like viewing. But on a preparedness topic, definitely watch Black Mirror. You'll find the thought experiments to be quite interesting.
Yeah, a lot of times what we watch. Well, look at the movies that have these AI robots in your house and stuff. They lure you in. All this is free labor. They'll clean your house and do your laundry and all that stuff. And humans, they eat that up. Oh, anything I can do to be more lazier. I'm all for
and they spy on you and send information back to the government.
Yeah, and there's so many times, and then all of a sudden they take over. And what was that one with Will Smith? The robots that turned on him.
iRobot.
Yeah.
Top tip: don't buy it. There's a flood of Chinese cars coming your way. I don't think I'd trust any of them and sort of things. Like someone said in the comments, chips in those sort of things, you never know what they're going to put in there. Knowing the Chinese, cheap and cheerful stuff, it'll be rubbish as well, made of Chinesium. But anyway, I was going to say just now, another form of ID which sort of bypasses people is your license plate. In Britain, we've got a system of cameras in every town and city. Some cities have got more than others. Some towns have got more than others, these cameras. And what they do is they're called ANPR, automatic number plate readers. And they automatically read your license plate, cross-reference it to who the driver is the vehicle roadworthy, Has it passed its yearly safety test? Is it insured? The driver, where does the driver live? It's got access to the driver's address, name and address, and so on. How many points he's got in his license, and they're dotted around. And some of these locations are classified secret because they don't want the criminals knowing where they are and stuff. But yeah, you could drive from A to B across the country, and you could literally be tracked by your license plate. So your license plate is a form of identity, really, linked in, like I said earlier, with all these intermingled databases. So it's sort of an indirect route to an identity, if you like, that all stems from your driving license, your name and address, and when you register the vehicle and so on. So yeah, there's literally these days no escape, especially in Britain. The smaller the country gets, the more technologically entangled you are with it. So I'll give a couple of examples of that. Japan, for instance, Taiwan, South Korea, Britain, all these countries, because they're small, quite relatively small countries, infrastructure replacements, infrastructure upgrade isn't that much of an issue. It can be done quite quick. All the the road routes are in place, the rail routes are in place, and so on. When you get to something like a bigger country, say America or Russia, it becomes a bit more of a problem because it's a lot more costly, or the lengths of resupply and manufacturing routes are longer. So rail lines are so much longer, road lines are so much longer, and stuff like this. So the ability for a country to place cameras everywhere becomes a bigger problem the bigger the country, if you like, and likewise the communication system as well. So tracking people will become a bit harder. Then it all comes down at the end of the day to the individual. Certain things are mandatory, certain things aren't. You've got to really think about what you're applying yourself in for these days, even down to things as simple as a social media account, really, because the dots get linked. Your association in the web of corruption and crime becomes traceable and trackable.
So, yeah, I think that the opposite of it, because when it comes to, let's just say, plain and simple good and evil, okay, just as a reference. I'm not speaking about religion, nor do I on public platforms, because I think that there are amazing people of all different types of sects and religions or whatever. So my point being that when it comes down to the way that we view religion at the moment, whether it be good or evil, I think that technology has its place in this. There's good within technology in terms of our creativity and humanity being able to help one another through technology at the moment. There's a lot more value to life in certain aspects of the way that we can, live our lives because of technology being able to help us and assist us. So there's a lot of good that comes with it. However, when we forego the connection that we've got to nature and to the element of, to the spirit of the earth and whatever you want to call it as, like whether you want to call it God or Gaia or, whether you, like, it doesn't really, to myself as well, it doesn't really matter from that aspect. I'm just saying, and I don't mean to be politically correct, I just truly have always believed that when it comes to different religions, we should always be respectful of one another. And it's always interesting having conversations with people that don't always have the exact alignments as you. But anyway, when it comes down to this, I think that the further that we get away from nature and our core being, I think that the more dangerous that can be. And I believe that if it does become too hostile and crazy for us in the modern world, I think that stepping away from different versions of social media. I haven't uploaded really on my fitness channel for about a month now. And I'm not just saying for myself as an example, because that's all I have to go off of here, right? But I'm just saying, like, it's been a month that I haven't really done anything on Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, or any of the real social media platforms. I'm just taking a little bit of a hiatus from it. And it's actually been wonderful. I've been able to, without the editing and the phone, looking at my phone, trying to dopamine rush with the likes. Everybody understands what that's like all that type of thing. It's actually been really nice. So I'm just saying, like, every now and again, it can be really good, and it allows you to kind of get a bit of a broader perspective on things too. So yeah, I'm just saying, as much as I love it, we need to understand that there's good and evil behind the direction that we're going. Make sure that we're always connected to, to the source and to each other as human beings, and not just fixated on phones, because that's actually bringing upon an era where we're all feeling so much disconnection, because life's pretend, like the whole facade of being connected, has actually made us more separate than ever before.
Yeah, it reminds me about I think people have definitely got to get into the real world and connect with reality, because it puts things, like you say, it puts things into perspective. Reminds me of A Brave New World, Aldous Huxley, where you got these two civilizations. You've got one which is a super advanced civilization that's gone on and developed, and it's got all sorts of AI systems, and they can create people from artificial wombs. No one gives birth anymore, and all this sort of stuff. They eat pills to keep them in tip-top condition and in super health. And then they take this outing into the wilderness, where they encounter the other side of people who have either neglected or not wanted to join this society, and they're living like people lived back in the 40s and stuff like that. And these people are eating meat, they're cooking on fires and stuff like that, and they're old school type of living. And it's a real clash of cultures and societies. It's an interesting sort of look at things, really. Quite an interesting story and book to read, or you can watch the film as well. But anyway, I've got to go in a sec, Shadow.
Yeah, I know.
So,
hey, Crooked
hello,
Peach. Good
Crooked
to see you.
Peach. Hello, how are you doing? And maybe CR's going to appear out of the ether.
Are we switching to the CR section of the evening now? Or is that what we're doing?
Tag team CR.
All right. Much level. We'll catch up with you. I'll try and join a little bit earlier next week as well. I'm sure CR is happy to join us as well, to join the panel. And I'll stick around.
Wait till CR's come up. Yeah. CR,
Yeah.
Are you out there?
And Guardian, I don't know if you have seen it, but I want to show you something.
Yeah, that's exciting. I'm always looking forward to seeing something new. Cool.
This Guardian.
Oh yeah.
Very, very nice, Shadow. That is
I
awesome.
got my yellow belt in Jiu-Jitsu last Saturday, a week ago.
That is amazing. Well done. That's a lot of discipline and a lot of hard work, Shadow.
Nice one. What's the next one? Blue, is it?
Thank you.
What's the next one, Shadow?
Next color, or
Yeah.
that's orange.
Orange, right? That's your next target.
Orange, green, blue, brown, black.
Right, nice one. Onwards and upwards.
Yep. And it took me 6 months to get that yellow belt.
Right. Well, good. Yeah.
Yeah, it takes most people around a year, so that's very good timing. Like, very nicely done.
It's good. I mean, this time last year
you did. Crooked Peach.
This time last year you didn't have that, and now you have. So progression. All adds up. It's all good stuff.
Yeah, it's lovely. Specifically, if you're learning a martial art, the discipline side to it and the consistency just leads into so many other aspects of your life as well. I think that I've been a lot worse off place as well when it comes to a lot of the different elements throughout my life. If it wasn't for that sort of discipline, and I don't even always have consistent discipline either. It's something that's difficult to strive for, and even motivation. Motivation can also be temporary. Like, a lot of ways, the person, can say that they always strive to be motivated and that type of thing, but you won't have motivation every single day. It's discipline that's so much more important than that.
Yeah, so about next year, this time, probably I will have green belt, so.
Just keep at it, Shadow.
Will do.
Good.
Yeah.
Good.
Thanks for spending the time with us, Preparedness Veteran. It's always an honor to spend some time and catch up. We will schedule for a bit more of a longer chat soon as well. I look forward to that.
Yeah. Whenever. Likewise, if anyone else wants to chat, get in contact with me and.
Thank you, Crooked Peach.
So yeah, I mean, people have got to. I think people have got to not. They've got to strive forward all the time. Trying to improve themselves. I wouldn't look back on things, and it's no use looking back. You got to look forward. No use dragging up the past, learn from your mistakes, etc., etc. But yeah, so when it comes to ID, I would say, use it with balance. Really, be careful. Be careful what you sign up for. Be careful what you're giving away, how you use your ID and stuff like that. Especially in the digital world online, it's such a minefield these days. I mean, I heard a story a while back that I think that was on a Joe Rogan podcast. Actually, it was talking to some Israeli security services guy, and he was saying these days, to get full control of someone's phone, they don't need to hack your phone or anything like this. All they need is your number, and that's all they. That's the path in. Just that one phone number, and that's it.
Yeah.
And likewise, another one that I heard recently is voice cloning. So voice cloning, all they need is someone to say 3 words, and that's it. They can clone your voice from 3 words.
The amount of things that people are able to do with deep faking as well.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
So what I do is, I rarely pick up the phone, if ever, to a number I don't recognise. I just don't entertain
I don't do that either.
And even if you do, just say one word. Yes. Hello, is that Mr. Mr. Blogs? I never say yes. I do. Who's speaking? It's.
Or you could say, "Welcome to MI6. How may I help you?"
Time on the 3rd stroke is 15:54. Yeah, I mean, just don't entertain it. People are just looking for a way in all the time. And this is the big issue with ID, I think, in most cases, is trust. But it's not all bad. People have got to look on the positive side of how ID benefits them. Where would you be without ID? You wouldn't have interaction with modern day society, really, and you wouldn't be able to function. So yeah, treat it with caution. Don't go out and seek everything just for the sake of it. If you're going to get a passport because you need one, fine, get it. If you want to get a passport for security in case you have to leave for a different country, fine. Yeah, get it. Don't get one for the sake of it. It could be classed, as an unnecessary. So, in the past we had phone books. People could flick through a phone book and randomly pick people or seek you out and so on. These days, it's all linked to registers and stuff like this. So be careful what you sign up for. Be careful what register you sign up for. Like I said earlier, if you register to vote, you're exposing yourself to your name and address for anyone in the world to buy. I can go online now and pick anyone in the world. I'll rephrase it. Anyone in Britain, and it will give me their name and address. All I've got to do is pay for it. As long as because that person signed up for register to vote and they're on the open register. So when you do sign up,
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
So the one thing I'd say is, if anyone does register for things, read the small print and the check boxes to uncheck the boxes that say that their information can be used for X, Y, and Z, or X, Y, and Z register, and so on. That's quite important. And in some circumstances, even like the health, your National Health Service medical documents, for instance, unless you specifically say, I want to be opted out of third-party disclosure, your details in whatever way, limited form, can be disclosed to someone else, because that information is held in a database in another country, and but essentially the data is owned by someone else. Your medical records are accessed only, by our services. It gets really, really messy.
So the same committee that's appointed by the current government that's standing,
Yeah.
and I'll vote, and I voted now within the last month. We did our voting here as well, so I went to go vote in that, more just because within our family we've got people that put a lot of effort into the voting system as well, and they try and help and assist political parties of their choosing, that type of thing. So it's more just to support family members than it is for my own personal choice, because quite frankly it's impossible for me to see that the corruption that exists within the governments across the world, the corruption stops at the point of where they count the votes. Like, they are corrupt in every single other way, but then where they're not corrupt is where they choose and where they count, when the votes come in. Like, it's just, I really do not see how people believe that it's done fairly. I cannot for the life of me believe that people actually believe that people are being honest about it, that they're having integrity about it. We know for a fact that people lie and that people are corrupt, and yet somehow we're supposed to believe that these extremely corrupt governments will be corrupt all the way through. But the only time that they're not corrupt is when it comes to counting if they're going to stay in power or not stay in power. And the problem with power itself is that very few people ever willingly give it up. And we know this for a fact. So how can you ever believe that it's, fair and it's equal and it's just, because it's not. That's funny, CR. Maybe one day of a smaller community, I might actually, sit with other people that may have, be able to make some decisions and stuff like that. But as far as that goes, that's the furthest I'll ever go. I think it's interesting. And I will say one last thing on this. Even though I live in a country that's extremely corrupted when it comes to our government, I also believe that if you look at the grand scale of things, the current sitting president for South Africa is a lot less corrupt, it seems. And that's, saying a lot, but people can say what they want. But he seems a lot less corrupt than the previous presidents as well. And I know that even when I say that, people are like, oh boy, be careful of touching that topic. But it's just that for myself, like, human lifespans are about 80 to 100 years roughly around now, right? And they're improving all the time, and they're getting longer. Just watch in the next decade or two, and I've spoken about this before, but I believe that we're definitely expanding that expectation quickly. But the point is that because our life expectation is only about a century, when it comes down to how our impatience for change, I think, is very high. I think that we should just relax sometimes and watch how things are kind of unfolding. And I definitely know for a fact, and these facts and these points do not get brought to light often enough. But if you look across the world, there are so much less people that are struggling with poverty on an annual basis. Every year it gets less. And this isn't something that you hear about often, because if it bleeds, it leads. People want to speak about negative stuff. They don't want to speak about the positive things. Every single year, so much more people have access to clean drinking water than the previous year before that. Every single year, people have more access to, percentage-wise across the world, to broad education that's available for people to get a leg up, and for them to, and there's these amazing stories of people that grow up in very impoverished and terrible places, but because of through the capability of education and self-improvement, they're able to, flourish. And we live in an extremely exciting world when it comes to these aspects. But And not only that, but if you want to really think about the core side of preparedness, why would banks ever invest what would allow you to take out loans if the banks themselves, who have an enormous amount of investment in the coming future as well for things to be sustainable, why would they ever allow people to take out loans if they thought that things were going to crash down? So there is a lot of hope in the world. And even though I prepare absolutely every single day, I also know for a fact that we are living in a world that is consistently improving. So I'm going to close with that. And I'm just going to say that, like, this is something that I think about consistently, but I'm always afraid to ramble.
CR?
And here's CR, and it's my cue to say goodbye, CR. But I will chat to you again.
No, I just got it. What no, none of this BS. I'm leaving right now as soon as I show up.
Okay,
What the hell, you guys?
I'll stay for half an hour, CR. That's what I'll do.
I'd say, yeah, exactly what GP said. I fully endorse that. I'd say, I think this year, when there's many elections going on around the world and the state of things, it's when it comes to elections, there's nothing more fearful from politicians than them wanting your vote. They're desperate for it, and they'll do anything, say anything to get it. I would say any election that's gone in the past, this is the one to vote for this year. Things are coming to a head, and especially in Britain, I think if anyone didn't want to vote, this is the one to vote for now, because it's pivotal to what's happening and what's coming up.
Yeah, I agree with that, PV. Because it's going to dictate the rest of this decade for us.
Yeah, exactly.
Overall.
Anyway, I've got to disappear, so
take care, PV.
No worries. Good to see you, CR.
Have a lovely evening.
Take care, PV.
Yeah, no worries. See you, Shadow, GP, CR, and I'll catch you all later.
Yeah, I'll catch you later.
So
Yep.
I think that we are fortunately heading in the right direction about all of this, and about IDs and the ways to do things will probably improve a lot. It's just, we need to be cautious in in what we believe, and use a little bit of logic and rational thinking when it comes to where we're heading.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's definitely the IDs get more advanced because, well, people make fake IDs, so they need to improve them to make it harder to manufacture false IDs. So.
Yeah.
And remember, that's been
the idea.
going for a long time.
Oh,
Currency
has been going.
Remember, everyone, currency, there's a reason why coins have ridges on them. It's because of that. Because people used to file it off, right? File it off and, try to sell the leftover metal, right? Especially back when it was like silver and stuff like that, right? So they had the anti word that I can't pick up right now thing, right? That's why there's no security on banknotes, right? Because the age of, like, let's say a photocopier, right? Hence they had to put these things in there embedded in, so you can use a photocopier to kind of do something like that, for example, right? Because there's things that wouldn't work. The photocopier wouldn't pick up correctly. That your eye would pick up, for example, right? And all this other stuff, right?
Yeah.
Okay, GP, keep talking, GP. This is your turn. Your turn to shine. No, it's your turn to shine. I identify as the listener on this now.
So I'll tell you,
as the listener.
in our local country, right now, the power is working fabulously because it's around election period, right? I just want you to know.
Go figure.
Yeah.
The current reigning government is keeping the lights on wonderfully, and they do so a couple of months before the elections, so that nobody's thinking to themselves, who's in charge of all of this. But there is some really bright news, and I mean the pun to that too, which is that we're heading right now towards a place where private companies are going to be able to distribute electricity as well. So South Africa is finally going to be able to get, after like a long time of them having the kind of monopoly on it, the current company that holds, which is called Eskom. They've been able to hold, I know that this is very boring to other people that are outside South Africa, but like the fact is that we've had very broken electricity for a long time, and we've had major power outages consistently, and it's the way of life of South Africans. And finally, within the next year or two, several years, we'll finally be broken free of that, and we'll have the potential to have private companies that are able to, have competition. And as you all know, competition is extremely good, because currently, you want to know how much I'm going to say that this is what I'll say. A third of my salary goes into electricity. So I know that people actually might not be able to put that into proper perspective, but that's genuinely what's happening. Is a third of my salary instantly just for power, and it's just ridiculous.
Well, that's good. That you don't have these power outage breaks. That it's good. You have a nice flow of power. That's nice.
Keep talking. I'm doing the listening this time. I'm identifying as the listener on the screen.
The thing is, this is the thing.
Quiet
About all
listening.
I'll close on my side of on this topic. And I'll say that that's why my reliance on solar is so high. Like, I have solar-powered watch, solar-powered flashlights, solar-powered headlamps, solar-powered battery chargers, solar-powered fold-out power banks, solar-powered, I'm not even joking.
Solar-powered food.
Solar-powered garden lights. No, yeah, it is. All solar-powered, right? The plants use the sun, so like everything is solar-powered. But now watch, for some reason we get like the whole world goes dark or something, and then all of my investments in solar is worth nothing. So I think if we did have one of those, like a cold winter or something like that, what I'm speaking about, we'd definitely, we'd have a struggle there. But my point being that with solar, even because of our power I've had to invest a lot of time in, a lot of alternative power supplies, and that's been brilliant.
Keep going here. Keep going. I'm listening.
No.
I'm doing the listening.
I'm spreading myself.
No. I do too. I continuously ramble on these. Everyone's been saying it to me, so I've been listening, and I'm gonna do more listening. It's fine.
If you could be a fly on the wall in my mind, CR, you would absolutely be running on a treadmill consistently, because it never stops, and it's sad. I do meditate for like half an hour every day.
Is it solar powered?
It is, actually. My meditation is solar powered, correct.
Yeah.
You gonna come up at all, Hook? Good to see you.
Hi, you guys.
Well, there were some fake passports many years ago, so that's why they decided to put fingerprints on our passports. So,
but like anything out there, right? In time, there'll be a workaround. In time, right? In time, it's just a matter of time.
So,
you know what I mean? In time, there will be a workaround.
Yeah, soon they work that around.
It's always this kind of cat and mouse kind of chase.
Well,
of stuff like that, or
let's say
right?
Fingerprints. It's a problem with fingerprints. First of all, you can go to a restaurant or a cafe, and you order a cup of coffee and a sandwich, and you took your plate with a sandwich and a glass of water and your cup of coffee. and you leave your fingerprints on it. So if there is someone who
With
is not
technology,
a good guy,
with the tech know-how to work that in,
so
to
he
bypass.
can take that fingerprint and transfer it, and then he can make a false fingerprint over that he put over his own thumb or fingers. So that person can go and scan that fingerprint.
Yes, because
So there is way to get around that. So
well, like I said, it's existed for the longest time ever since currency became a thing. Because people that don't have it or something, right? They're trying to, well, con the system. I guess that's
hey, Bob.
for lack of a. What's up, Bob? You know what I mean? They're trying to con the system, which means they're bypassing it, right? Usually for financial reasons, right? You know?
Yeah, I saw that on Discovery Channel when we had it on Mythbusters, that they
Oh
transferred
yeah,
a fingerprint to paper, and then they made a silicon or whatever it was, made a very thin fingerprint
yeah,
and put over their own.
yeah. Because the fingerprint picks up the heat from your finger too. Not just
So
the
that way
movement.
you can get around. So that way
Yeah.
you can go around that.
And remember, that was 15 years ago. Over 15 years ago. The technology may have changed, but their technology in terms of hacking something has changed too, right?
Yeah.
Right? More commonly available, off the shelf kind of deal.
If you go back to the late 90s and beginning of the 2000s, there were, in the beginning of the internet, there were kids in the basement who hacked into other computers. But these days, those hackers, they are paid by the government these days. It is very few teenagers who sit in their mother's basement and hack computers. Hey, Vanessa, good to see you, ma'am. But I might be wrong about that. But you don't hear any more about teenagers who's sitting in their mom's basement and hack computers anymore. Now what I hear and been reading in the news, that is, hackers are paid by the governments. They are authorized by the governments to hack other countries' computers.
Yep. And then again, it comes back to that financial thing. All right. It's just like how currency was, shaving off the edge of a coin. All right. This is just a more modern version of it.
Yeah, it is.
But it still revolves around money, right? Some sort of.
It's always around money.
Yeah, finance, right? Name the price.
So, name your price. If some bad guys want a certain person's identity, hey, I need that person's identity because I'm going to do that and that. Okay, they hack into a computer and search after that specific person and hijack that person's ID. So,
Yeah, and then
Yeah.
happens frequently too. And then also, Peace Journey says something about gardening here as well, and it's also lovely to be able to get back into the garden myself, Peace. And I think that when it comes to our time
Just
doing
do it.
so,
Just do it. Just do it, GP. Just do it. Just do it. Don't make excuses. Just do it. Just do it. Just do it, man. We believe in you.
I'm growing a fruit salad right now. I've got grapes growing, some strawberries, I've got an apple tree, some bananas, I've got mulberries, I've got.
Hungry.
I also want to try at the moment. I've got some gooseberries too, but I've got a couple. I've got about 3 or 4 different types of berries growing, and then legumes, and then my bananas, my mini finger-sized banana trees. So yeah, it's good.
I identify as a hungry individual right now.
yeah,
Again.
again. So,
What happened to him? What happened to him? He was just here.
yeah, he just dropped off.
What was that? He makes me hungry. He's like, okay, I'll just take off now. What a guy! What a guy!
Yeah, that's GP. Okay.
Yeah, I don't give that guy a piece of my mind. You just say all this food and left me. Who
Yeah, he
does
slid
that?
out really fast.
I'm kidding. He's like, he distracted me.
And CB says you are always hungry.
He distracted me with the food, so I would notice him slipping out. I know that was the plan. It worked. I fell for it, everyone. But yeah.
But
No.
anyway, it's really easy to with today's technology. It's really easy to get somebody else's ID. That's
Well, the tools are out there, right? In comparison, right? Because the technology itself is more widely available. So with enough time, enough finances, right, you can get something right. Within enough time, right? Stuff like that. It's just a matter of time, right?
Yeah, it is.
Just because even hacking is just a matter of time
too. You how you use your own personal information. Because I have a friend, he got his ID hijacked, and that sucked really for him.
Yeah.
So
I mean, and remember, there's indirect ways into something, just like how Bushcraft Family was saying earlier, Preparedness Veteran was saying earlier, right? There's indirect ways too, right? Because if you sign up for something else via something, let's just say not necessarily email, but for something else, and it has connections in with your identity, for example, there could be some compromises that you're not aware of, for example. And this actually has happened in the past, by the way, right? There's nothing we're saying here that hasn't happened in the past. I mean, like, I remember back long time back, like 10, I think it was like 10 years ago, right? When Sony got hacked, all their account, most of the PlayStation account information got hacked, right? So it was out there.
Yeah.
If that stuff was tied into anything, right? Because also you can make purchases on their game store and stuff like that, right? So that could be tied in, right? Because the thing is, once something like that happens, then you pretty much you gotta check everything, change everything, and all that stuff, right? And it becomes a hassle for the end user again, right? Because once you get hacked, you don't know where or how, so you're gonna It feels like sometimes you might as well just start from scratch again because you're not sure what exactly went down. It's just like if you lost your key, right?
Yeah,
You would
exactly.
change all the locks. If you lost your car
Yeah.
keys in the parking lot, you'd probably change all your locks, right? Because you have
And
no
it's
idea.
the same thing if you lose your ID or passport.
Yeah, right. It's just like your credit card, debit card, or whatever. You cancel it right
exactly.
away, and then you get a new one, right? And remember the hassle that comes along with that, right? You might have to pay for a new one or something like that. So those are things. If anything, right, do it for that reason alone, to avoid the hassle, right? Because it's like losing your wallet or anything like that, losing your driver's license or anything like that, losing a key. There's so much more hassle that goes into that, right? And magnify that from an individual to a corporation or a business, right?
Yeah.
From not just one person to tens of thousands of people accounts, right? For example, right?
Yeah.
All right. Like I said, PlayStation when their network got hacked, right? That's like probably hundreds of thousands of accounts, right? I mean,
Yeah, it usually is hundred of thousands of accounts that are involved.
Yeah, exactly, right.
It usually is maybe millions. It depends on
because you start to question it because the unknown factor, right? You don't. It's just like from old school. Oh, I lost the key to a lock, right? I better change the lock. I'm not sure. Blah blah blah. Whatever, right? You know, to the modern day kind of like what we have nowadays, that can happen at times, right?
Yeah. Yeah, they can.
Because if you think about in terms of especially with online presence, right? There's a thing called operational security, right?
Yeah.
OPSEC, right? The prevalence community talks about it all the time too, right? So in that same way, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's why you never hear me asking people where they live, a name or anything like that. You want to tell me? You tell me yourself, because you feel confident you can trust me. I would never ask that from anyone, because to be honest, it doesn't change how I'm talking to you people, right? It just, now I know a name. Now I know where you live. Okay, well, it doesn't, still change how I'm talking to you or what we share in terms of like information, in terms of like, what do I think about this situation or, or whatever, right? That's why I would never ask you guys that. Anything, right?
Yeah.
If you guys tell me, I think you guys would trust me to tell me if you told me, right? In confidence or whatever, right?
Yeah.
But if you guys don't tell me, I never ask. I never ask, all right? I never ask. I'll be like, and all that stuff, right? Nor would I just randomly say it, even if I did know, because it comes back to the trust portion of it, right? Because once you lose that, right? It's like as a metaphor. I'm not keep using locks and keys as a metaphor here because I think this is a good way of approaching it. It's just like if you offered me the spare key to your place, right? I would take care of it, right? I wouldn't give it to someone else or copy the key, all right? Because if you think about it, copying a key is just like making a forged copy of some sort of identification, right?
Yeah.
You slap on different information, slap on a different face on the ID identification, and next thing you know is just like it's good enough. It's good enough to open the door, that metaphoric lock, the door to whatever it is, right? To an account or something like that.
CB.
Hugo,
The
Hugo,
C in
Hugo,
CR is
Hugo,
for
Hugo,
Clark. His
Hugo,
full name is Clark Kent.
Hugo. There's two things. There's two things about that. I'm not super, but drama is my kryptonite. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
Well, if you would be Clark Kent, you wouldn't say that.
Well, I do like sunlight. Remember? Okay. Anyways, we're doing. See, I swear it's be just derailed this on a squirrel moment right there. I almost like went on a tangent there. Thanks, Stevie. Thanks. She always knows how to do that. Always knows how to do that. All the time. See, now I gotta look at the chat here, see what else she's saying. Did she say anything else about me? No.
No.
Yeah.
That was
No.
the only.
I was holding the message right now. Yeah.
Yeah, CB has a sense of humor.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, like I said, ever since like early times, there's always been stuff that we personalize things that we try to, how do I say, this?
I have no
There's
idea.
always been things in the course of history that have always been people have tried to copy books, signatures, right? Forging a
Yeah,
signature and stuff like that, right? This is even before
that
the digital
is
age,
the
right?
old. That was the in back in the old days.
Yeah,
You forged the
you know,
signatures.
forging a signature,
For yeah,
trying to be someone else you're not, right? Right? Trying to take someone else's identity, right?
yeah,
Or something like
but
that. Yeah.
but it is not that easy to forging somebody else's signature these days. Yeah, because we don't write our signature that often
Yeah.
anymore. Uh,
Yeah.
we do that less than we did back in the 70s or 80s. So, and if you have to put a signature you're on something, it is on a hand computer, a small hand, in the phone size. You
Yeah. What's up, Warren? I see Warren in the side chat. I
Hey,
just
Warren
looked.
RCP,
He
good to
just
see
showed
you,
up. He
brother.
just showed up. I was seeing if CB was typing about me again, or everyone was talking about food again, trying to get me hungry or something like that. Like usual. Welcome.
Yeah. So,
Keep going.
so forging signature today is a little bit more tricky, and because it's not used that much as
Oh,
it was back in the old days.
yeah. That reminds me. Remember how I just said about if you lose your key? I'm using the word key as a universal metaphor for this right now, right? Because lock, key, and lock, all this stuff, right? So if you lose your key, right, like I said
Yeah,
earlier, it's a big hassle, right? For anyone that's lost a wallet, yeah, let's raise our hand, yeah, and we
yeah,
always regret it. We complain, we bitch about it because it was preventable, because we forgot it somewhere, it dropped out, and yeah, now we don't have it, right? And the hassle that goes along with that, days at times, right? Because
yeah,
right, and the price to get a new, let's say, bank card ID or government issued ID or something along the lines of that, right? Never mind about the cash that's actually in there, right? Most people know nowadays if you lose your wallet, the money you have in there is probably gone. Rarely do people return the money.
Yeah,
Rarely.
if you have physical cash, they would probably be gone,
Because
and
most
maybe
of the
your
time now,
cards as well.
no, because most of the time nowadays, even if people are nice, right, they'd be like, the cash is gonna be gone.
Yeah,
They'll be nice enough to mail back the wallet to you with the ID because they don't care. They're like, whatever, right? I can't do anything about that because they don't have the blah blah blah, the tech knowledge or the resources to do something with that, right? But you got $100 bill or whatever in there, a 50 or something. They can do something with that right away, right? Without any much skill or
yeah,
knowledge, right? So
exactly.
yeah, I mean, this is where I'm still a proponent. If we're you know like preparedness veteran said, right? There's pros and cons to having identification ID. It's just the way it is. All right.
Yeah,
I just like even like I said earlier about the convenience versus security versus reliability of, let's say, a currency. All right. Regardless if we went physical, digital, or bartering, right? There's always these trade-offs, right? Because I think people gravitate to that. If nowadays, right, the high speed life of things, right, the convenience of digital currency, right, right. I'm not trying to sway anyone this way or that way, but let's look at it overall, right? Because you look at other people that like to use it, it's because the convenience of tap, right? The convenience of email transfer, right? You don't have to physically go to the bank and take it, drive over to your friend's place, drop it off, right? Right? That kind of thing,
yeah,
right? The convenience of reloading a card, right? However, security and reliability aspects of it, right? Look when it's like when Rogers went down here in Canada back in 2022. Yeah, 2022, right?
yeah,
You didn't have access to that if your account was in there because you couldn't do debit card transactions through the network, right? So the reliability of it, right? Yeah, it's convenient when it is working, right? That's the thing about some sort of digital currency. It's nice when it's working, right?
yeah,
No one complains when it's working, but everyone's going to start complaining when it's not working, right? You know
yeah,
what I mean?
yeah.
Right?
I know what you mean.
So let's factor that in, right? And of course, it doesn't matter if it's digital currency or cash, right? There's always a security thing that goes along with that. From forging it to reproducing the ones and zeros for the digital currency, right?
Yeah,
And stuff like that, faking it, right?
yeah,
So that's why I brought in that. That's why I said about the convenience versus security versus reliability, right? You know, in my opinion, by
yeah,
the way, not your opinion or anyone else's opinion, right? Because you know how I say this all the time, right? I'd rather have more options out there, right? More options out there, right? Not just one or the other. Because frankly, I'd rather just have more options. That's my opinion, everyone. Okay, that's my 2 cents. I dropped my 2 cents onto this stream. Okay, now I'm done. I'm just saying though, right? Because like, you know, it's because let's face it. Some of us don't. We have friends, family in our places, right? So the convenience of the digital side of it, right? To transfer some money because they could use it because like a GoFundMe for something very important, right?
yeah,
Let's just say a hurricane or something like that, right?
yeah,
You can't physically go down there with the money because whatever reason, right? So the convenience of that, right? So let's look at that. I know we're kind of how do I
You're very
say?
welcome, Crooked Beach. And I understand your
I'm
phone
not,
battery is dying.
I'm not,
Thanks for stopping by, my friend.
like Fraternus Veteran said, right? There's these pros and cons to it, right? So let's remember something like that, like GoFundMe, that actually help people out, right? That people that are physically separated by a physical landmass or distance, right? And this
Yeah.
only way is for some sort of email transfer of digital currency, right? To help people out, right? So let's not forget that. That's why I'm still in favor for this both options, because there's pros and cons, right? Like I said, there's pros and cons to digital currency and traditional kind of physical currency, right?
Yeah.
But the pros and cons can overlap, right? So grids down, but I got physical currency, right? I can, someone can email me something to somewhere else, and it gets indirectly transferred to me through a physical means at the end, right? That'd be nice,
Yeah.
right? To help people out, right? But unfortunately, that's an ideal world. It never works like that at times, unfortunately. So that's my 2 cents about that. All right.
Well, you have a good point.
I mean, you know what I mean? Like, look at these places that get affected by hurricanes or whatever, right? Everyone's looking, sometimes even some of the preparedness channels out there, you know, you know, people send digital currency through PayPal or
Yeah.
in email transfers so they can help our people out, right? Let's not forget that. We don't get that without digital currency, right? Obviously, right? Because I can't physically go down to, let's say, Florida, Texas, whatever, in the U.S. and deliver this $20 bill that I have to them to help people out, right? So the only way is to indirectly do it, all right? So you're either email transferring some currency, or you're buying something, let's just say, on a physical means, let's say, not necessarily a generator, but let's just say hypothetically a generator, right? And it's sent, you're buying it, but it's shipped to that location,
Yeah.
for example, right? So, like I said, I'm not for or against digital currency or normal physical currency, but we just look at these kind of things that help us, all right, at times.
Yeah.
Because, what do we have when we don't have that then, right? You know what I mean? And then, like I said, I'm not trying to take sides on any of it. I'm just looking in terms of, like, how does these things actually help us and not help us at times, or hinder us, right? This is what I said about the convenience, security, and reliability, right? About these currency, right? And, currency does have secure in it, so, I gotta talk about it. These things I gotta talk about, right? Anything that has secure in it, I gotta talk about. All right? And all that stuff. Let me read what your side chat's saying. Oh, you said it? You jinxed it? That's all I said. That's all I see at the bottom of Eastern.
In the end, it will be bartering. Yeah.
It'll come back. It'll come back to that, though. It'll come back to that. Don't get it. All right. And besides, people still do that to this day, anyways, right? It's the oldest form of quote unquote currency, right?
Yeah.
And I believe in that too, because it's an option out there, right?
Yeah, it is. It is a good option.
Yeah, remember, these are options for us, right? Always think, because the more I say this all the time too, not only on my streams, but here too. When you have more options, you physically actually have more options to choose from, right? And you can choose the best one at that time, for what it is, for the situation, right? You know what I mean?
I agree.
You know,
As CB says, it's a balance. Can't put all your eggs in one basket,
exactly,
or all
exactly.
your dollars in one type of currency.
Yeah, right. Diverse. It's like in the gardening community and such, right? They believe in diversifying or diversity, right? Diversifying everything in the garden and stuff like that. Well, in the same way, let's diversify this in terms of, right? That way, there's a different form of it. It's just, it's just like even in, you know, I guess in the bushcrafting for this community, right? It's like having three forms of fire sources or a different way. I believe in that too, right? So you got your later matches, your first rod. Maybe you have something like a solar option or a fire
Yeah,
piston or something like that, right? Because they have different characteristics and different pros and cons, right? But the pros and cons
yeah,
overlap, so you get a pretty good coverage, right?
yeah. I agree with
Your
that.
lighter gets wet, the ferrocene rod's still good, right? You
Yeah,
know, for example, right? Oh, the lighter's not working because it's too cold, but the matches, oh, all right,
they are a
I
little
can
bit
still work.
soaked too.
Yeah, and stuff like that. I can use the ferrocene rod, right? Or something like that. Oh, I can't really find this tinder, right? I'll use the storm match. Something
Yeah,
along the lines of that, because you get options when you have more options to choose
or
from.
you can
You
use a
can,
Fresnel lens
yeah,
if
yeah,
it's
yeah, yeah,
the sun is up.
yeah, yeah,
So
right. Yeah, exactly, right. Maybe you're living on the mansions, but it's really sunny out. It's in the middle of the winter. That can happen too, right? So because that way you get that option to choose it, right? Which means that you can make a rational choice about it. Because if you only have one option, you only have one option, right? I think this is why, I mean, another reason what they say that two is one, one is none at times,
yeah,
right? Right? Because it's like having a backup option, right? You know what I mean?
yeah. I like to have a
There's a,
backup on a backup on
yeah,
a backup.
because it it's more, having more options is more reliable because you have a backup option, right? It's just like, you know, I swear we should almost do a stream just about reliability in terms of not just people but stuff in general. Because we were going to talk about that too. you know, you know, convenience versus reliability versus security versus, right, and all this stuff,
Yeah,
axis of it, and you know, it's a balancing act. Right? It's a balancing act trying to kind of keep these all kind of like above you, and right. Because if you, for example, if you swim to one side or another, right? If something
yeah,
happens to it, that's it, and you don't have another option then anymore, right? Because I think what happens is people get stressed is when you only have one option and that one option's off the table now for whatever reason, right? Because let's think about this for a sec, right? Like when the like I don't know exactly how AT&T went down, but when Rogers went down as the telecom service here in Canada, right?
yeah,
There's two things that were apparent, right? People that had cash were still able to do stuff, right? Right,
yeah,
and it's for it's kind of forcing this kind of, you know, in an emergency, we'll piggyback on on their networks kind of deal, right? It's forcing that to happen, all right? Because it actually happened, right? Real lucky, it's just one day, all right? It could have been more, longer, whatever, caused by something else, right? But if
yeah.
that happens
Exactly.
again, we need these options back in place because these helped people, right? Like, for example, having the cash on hand helped people out, right? They weren't so stressed out about it, right? They don't have to be like, uh, you know, well, they can call, but going to someone's voice and be like, "Can I borrow some money?" Why? Because my bank account's gone. Because the services now. Can I borrow 20? Right? That kind of thing. Avoiding that, right?
Yeah.
Avoiding that. I guess I probably made good relationships with people, right? But still, it's probably better if you had it yourself, right?
Yeah. MP's journey says, I'm learning tinctures, spinning, weaving, leatherwork, diesel engine maintenance, carpentry, forging, etc.
Yeah.
On top of knowing more than
Diversifying.
basics, all essential basic survival knowledge. Yeah, that's a
Yeah.
good idea to learn
Yeah,
more.
beyond just what you see on like shows on alone, right? The hunting, the foraging, yeah, that's important. But remember, there's these other things too in the world, or can be important
Yeah,
too, as an asset to use, as a resource to use, right? Because if you think about it, these are just potential resources for us to dip into options, right? Options,
yeah, exactly.
resources, it can be more or less one of the same thing, right? Because these are things that we're accessing to help us out, to get through a situation or to survive, or or something to strive and thrive for.
Peace Journey says you don't ever stop learning or prepping. You just
Yeah,
dive deeper into skills and diversify into other skills.
exactly, right. Because when you diversify, you have more assets, more resources that you can try to bring in or adapt in. And that makes any sense, right? Because
Yeah, that makes sense.
you know, because when you only have one thing, one skill, very specialized or something like that, if that goes down for whatever the reason or gets compromised, what do you have left then, right?
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
yeah, I know.
And just like even these star, let's look at some of these star athletes out there, right? You know, you know, some of these people
I know.
they have they have a minor in education, right? They can go back to someone else, get back into something else if necessary. If you know, their sports career never pays off as well as they want, right? They can back. They have something to as a backup option, right? Or something like that, right?
Peace Journey says you just have to take the first steps and keep on it is as part of your daily routine. It snowballs from there, becomes easier and better. It
Yeah.
usually does.
Yep. And technically, that snowball's made from a bunch of snowflakes. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
Yeah,
It's true. I'm just saying, though, right?
nothing wrong with
I
snowflakes. I could use a couple.
no. Remember, a snowflake is well. We know what it means, but they just haven't diversified. Understand everything out there, right? They're locked into this kind of one track frame of mind, right?
Yeah,
That's why they don't know this existed, right? They didn't know about this, and stuff like that because they're kind of like this kind of like one-sided fate, like very narrow-minded, right? But when they expand out from that, they realize there's more potential out there, right? You know, for example, right?
yeah. CB says complacency is the last hurdle between any team and greatness.
Yep.
Yep, I can agree with that. Definitely.
Speak of which, speak of
Yep.
which, what happened to Bob? I thought you said Bob was here.
Yeah, he was. I haven't
I
seen
thought,
him.
yeah.
I saw him in the shed. Mm.
I thought he would have joined us, or at least said a few
Yeah, he
words, I
didn't
guess.
say it. He didn't ask for the link, so
Well, Bob, you're probably just listening. It's all good. It's all good. We understand. You're probably just taking care of your own thing, right? So
Yeah.
you know, do what you have to do out there, all right? Like I said, all right? Keep doing the things like other people have said, all right?
Bob
You
has
know,
his hands full, probably.
yeah, he's very in the dirt or whatever, right? Keep doing the things, right? And diversifying too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, keep talking here. I'm trying to regain my train of thought of how we can go from
Yeah,
here.
I understand that.
Yeah.
For the turning away will kill them, and the complacency of fools will destroy them. From the Bible. Yeah,
Yeah, and understanding where things are coming from, right? And stuff like that, right? Because I think that's another thing about quote unquote metaphorically speaking of snowflakes, right? You know,
yeah,
because they grew up into this system of convenience, right? So when you strip that away, right, they feel vulnerable because they don't have anything to that as a backup option to rely on in terms of knowledge or whatever, right? But when you show this knowledge to them as a skill and they start to understand it, right, they realize, you know, there's other things out there, right? Not just the clothing on my back, right? Not just that brand name on that shirt or purse, right? You know what I mean?
yeah. I know.
There's other things out there, right? Yeah, because like I said, I've been, you know, GP's not the only one randomly watching Netflix randomly. I've been working at a few things too, so and trying to understand that. You know, it's
Yeah,
just like because most of us we grew up before the age of internet access, right? Whatever it is, 95 or
yeah.
whatever, right? So
I
we
grew up
understand
in the
we
early
understand,
70s.
yeah, but we understand when we were growing up,
Actually, I was
what
born in the early 70s.
we didn't have certain things, right? Hence, we can understand it better, right? I think it's different nowadays for, let's say, anyone that's born after 2000, right? Anyone that's born in this millennium, right? Because they grew up, they had, some sort of tablet or phone, let's say, watching something on the TV or whatever by the age of 6, 5, 6, right?
Yeah,
They already knew how to run it, right? Right? They already, because they saw, the parents or grandpa just talking to this remote or device, it'll bring up something, right? So they're used to that convenience factor, right? They knew how that worked, right? But to show them something like kind of, which seems like more primitive or more ancient in their mind, right? Something like learning to handwrite or, oh, I gotta manually search for this. I can't just speak into it. It becomes foreign, right? And and stuff like that,
this
right?
journey says I'm a Generation X Texan. I don't speak Snowflake, unfortunately. I don't speak Snowflake either.
Because if we think about it, it starts to divide the people, right? Because people don't understand why people think in this way, it's like, you know, and stuff like that. This is why I'm always trying to bridge that gap of like these things, all right? That's why I said about, like I said, more options, right? That's why I'm not full or against digital currency or physical currency or bartering because they have their place and they have their pros and cons. And it's better to understand that, what these things can help us do, right? And stuff like that. But don't put all your eggs in one basket, right? As they always say.
Yeah,
So diversify, right? Diversify, right? Have more
yeah,
options available for you to use, right? You know, diversify this stuff. I mean, one of these days we got to do a stream about like diversity or diversifying or more options, something along the lines of that. Because you know, because it feels like it's not talked about much, or at least I feel like it's not talked about much, right? Because it always seems like there's only one option. I'm like, I don't believe there's only one option out there. We need to pick from a multiple of options and choose the best one at that time for that situation that fits us for what it is, right? You know,
I agree.
like it's just like I always said, right? You know, I can't physically send money to someone that's down in Florida that went through a hurricane because I know them, right? I can't physically send them the money, so next best thing is gonna be like an email transfer of money, PayPal, whatever, right? Something along the lines of that, right? You know, because I want to help them out, right? Because in that situation, the goal is to help them out, right? So yeah, I want that option on the table, right? You know, maybe I just limit it, right? Just limit the account information, limit what's. It's just like using a prepaid type of credit card or something like that, right? Fixed, right? There's no like unlimited spending limit or something crazy like that, right? Just so I can factor that in, right? And you know, and stuff like that.
There are you can do online so-called burner credit cards.
Yeah, exactly like that, right? It was
You put, let's say, $20 on that
well.
card.
Let's say 50,
You,
just for
you
a
can
round up.
you can use that once.
Yeah,
and
right? And maybe help someone out. You know, maybe it's your friend down in Florida, down in a place in the U.S. For example, me, right? Someone else that's in their province, in their city, downtown. You're just trying to help them out because you care enough, right? You know, consider that's the option, right? You know.
Yeah.
You know, and that's because we're able to do it now because of the digital form, right? Of it, right? But you know, you have that emergency fund just in case it affects your area. Said storm, hurricane, tornado, right? That way,
Yeah.
because the grid's gonna be down in your area, so you need these. You probably don't need it. I mean, it wouldn't hurt anyways, right? Right? Because if you think about it, right, it's gonna take a long time for the grid to come back up in the area, right, for what it is, right? But outside that area, the grid's probably still up, right? So these other options are available still, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That
I
way,
know what you mean.
hopefully, it would help the situation because we have the options on the table, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's my 2 cents about it. You see how I threw that in. Hopefully, it makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. See how I had to throw that all in. Waiting for Bob to show up, and they're like, "You're fired, CR." I'm waiting for him to show up here.
Yeah.
All right,
He
keep
didn't
talking.
the link.
Yeah, keep talking. Keep talking. I've been doing too much talking.
Yeah, I'm Generation X myself, so I had to check it out because Generation X is those who are born between 1965 and 1980.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm Generation X myself.
Exactly. And just because you like the word indeed.
Indeed.
I'm trying to find any
Uh,
excuse to use it in front of you now. Every
yeah.
time I get a chance, I'm going to say the word now. Just because you like that word.
Peace Journey says, but you want the information that you donate in the record. Just put fraud alerts and non-permission on your digital account. It's like a requested firewall.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea to do.
Yeah. And remember, everyone, there's those card scammers out there, those fake
Oh
inserts
yeah,
that they can put on, right? You see the videos, the images on now, right? That kind of in between, well, it's like this digital to physical exchange. Like if you're withdrawing money, you put your card in, right? Well, you don't realize there's a scanner because it's an overlay on top, but it looks so legit, you don't even realize it, right? People have shown that, right?
yeah,
And stuff like that. Or, for example, you get double charged for something, right? Something
yeah,
like that. That happened to me
yeah. That
before.
happened.
That
That
happened
happened
to me.
before.
That happened to me when I was using a cab. That kind of ticked me off, but I guess that was only like $20. So I shrugged that off. But lessons learned about that, right? You know.
Yeah. Peace Journey says, I always want volunteer and had made sure the record was included in the digitalization. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Right. That way, there's an like I said, there's another option or another form of it available. Right. So I was going to use the word checks. I was going to use the word checks and balances, but
Yeah,
yeah, that just seemed like a good word right there. Checks and balances.
indeed.
Apparently, my headset's dead. Charge it.
I
Yeah.
have donated gallons of blood through the blood bank. It's on record. Gallons.
Yeah.
It's
Right. Look at that. Right. Look at that.
remarkable that you're still alive after all these gallons you lost or
I
donated.
mean, that's probably over a course of like a
Yeah,
decade. His journey has recovered since.
yeah.
Right. So
Quick recovery.
yeah, exactly. Right. Oh, so by the way, everyone who doesn't know, stay tuned for next week's episode on the
50.
15th. yeah, 15th. Yeah. 15th next week. It'll be another eye opener for all of us again to remember.
Yeah, it's a easy topic.
Yeah, I think, and besides, I don't think I hear about it much. I know people give out tips or whatever, but no one really talks about it in terms of actually going
Well,
on.
dealing with water restrictions.
But
That is a good topic, by the way.
that just fell into my lap in terms of how that all happened. Literally, I just posted a video about talking about water. I know CB who has watched it already, and so have you. Right? I know you watched it because I saw your comment. I just haven't replied yet. But the thing is,
Yeah.
These are real world examples of stuff, right? And let's remember, right? Because in preparedness and life in general, you learn the lessons from experience or from what you're doing, right? You learn from those, right? And you try to be better after the fact.
Yeah, over
Maybe
decades.
be less complacent, realizing, maybe I should have a spare or a contingency plan, an alternate source, a different egg in a different basket, metaphorically speaking, stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
Because it always comes back to that, right? It's just like, you don't got this, well, you have another
Okay.
option, right? You know what I
Yeah.
mean? It's just like the fire option there, right? You don't have the lighter? Oh, I got matches in my bar.
Yeah.
I forgot what. Oh, the paracetamol run's still good. Just shake it off, like a striker or a knife or whatever, something to scrape or strike the paracetamol rod, right?
Yeah.
Well, and you go from there again, right? Because it gives you that option, right? Like I
Yeah.
said, when you
Exactly.
don't have options, at times you start to get stressed because you know
Yeah,
about it, right?
yeah, exactly.
You
That is
know,
a stress factor when you don't
yeah,
have any options.
yeah, because it feels like your back's against the wall. You right? Because you know what happens when you don't have options. Usually, you tend to lose hope, or your morale goes down,
Yeah,
even slightly, right?
definitely.
Even slightly, because you know it's just you might be able
And
to
if
deal without it,
tired
but
on top of
if it's really,
that,
yeah, go ahead.
if you are worn out and tired on top of that, that will make everything much worse.
Exactly, right. That's what you know. This is why Shadow. This is why I always say talk about these things in terms of options, right? Resources to potentially dip into, right? You know, and choosing the best one for the scenario situation, right? At that time, right?
Yeah,
Because let's just face it, right? Digital currency, the grid can wipe. Well, the grid could be down. We have no access to it. Physical currency, we could get robbed. It could be burnt, fire, water damage, whatever, right? That's why we need different options at times that have their own pros and cons, but the pros and cons overlap. So the circle is kind of more that kind of metaphoric circle is a little bit more robust because it has the pros of this is the concept helps with the concept that and the concept of this helps the pros of this helps with the concept of that and the deal, right? So these things kind of overlap.
yeah,
So you still
exactly.
have an option when something happens, right? It's just like the fire in terms of having fire, for example, metaphorically speaking, right? If it gets wet, well, the first team run might still be good, right? It's too cold. I only have one hand to use. So I got a lighter,
Yeah,
disposable lighter, or a match I can use, right? I can't use the first team run for whatever reason, stuff like that, right? Because when you have those options, like I said, it still keeps you going, right? There's still hope, right? There's still hope for a
exactly.
good outcome, right? Because I think usually when you don't have options or you start to lose hope in the situation, right? Situation, right? I mean, like I said, it's just like water could be like that too, right? When you don't have another option, it will start to get to you, right? Like I said, you know, when you still have options, you still have options, right?
Yeah,
You haven't lost hope in this situation yet. It's when, because I think one of the most uh, demoralizing, I guess that would be the word I would use. Okay, I'll just use that as a word. Is when you go for all the options and it's still not enough, or you don't have the options at all, any options at all, right? That's where it starts to affect you, right? For
yeah,
example, right? It could be a survival situation, or it could be an an inconvenience, right? Because now you're gonna try to deal with the situation without these things, right? Unfortunately,
yeah,
some things like water, that's going to be so much time, right? Oh, I could go without power, but you ain't seeing in the dark. You don't have to do everything during the day, right? You're gonna be stumbling in the dark,
yeah,
right? You know. Oh, I have this solar option. It's sunny. Goods now. I still have something. I got candles. I still have options, right? I still have options out there, providing I can light it, right? You know, and stuff like that.
yeah,
Because this is why people always look, when I come up with an idea or whatever to a problem or whatever, I'll be like, well, it just seems right? Seems to make sense to me, right? As an option to consider, right? Because, you know, when it feels like someone doesn't have options, right, and you present them with an option, like I said, it gives you that hope of, it's not all that bad, right? I still have this, right? I still have an option there, right? You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
yeah. That's why I
Here's
kind of
Jenny
believe in
says,
that kind of two is one is none, diversifying the options and all this stuff, right? That people talk about because, yeah.
Peace Jenny says, I'm a 25-year career nurse. In 2020, I was a ventilation nurse, not frontline. I worked with kids that have tracked since 2008. I got a long COVID in March. It destroyed everything in my world. Yeah, track tube kids. Okay. Yeah, Charlie Victor messed things up for a lot of people.
Yeah, but some people learned how to adapt.
Yeah.
They found a solution.
Yep.
Yeah, and speaking of solutions, I think I need to go get my base unit for my headset. I guess my base unit's more dead than I thought. I didn't check. See, this is why I have two. That's why I have two. I have one that's fully charged, just for this reason alone. I can
Yeah,
dip
I
into,
took my
right?
retirement savings less than 10 grand and bought a bus at auction and solar. That sounds good. When I was
Yeah.
facing cancer, having options made all the difference. They were not options I liked, but I don't know how I would have gotten through it without options. I agree with you about that, Huga.
Exactly. I see that Hugo can, I know.
Sometimes you don't even if you get options, but you might not like them, but they can help you.
Yeah,
So
right.
you're in the choice between to accept and agree to take those options or not. But if you don't agree with those options, you might not survive. So
Yeah.
I don't like the options, but if I take them, I might survive. So which one do you choose? Well, of course, those options that you might not like, but they save you.
I say this because it's actually raining right now. Let's just say in a scenario or whatever, right? Water. I'll use water as an example just because in a hurricane or after a storm, it's one of those things that you're gonna deal with in time. In time,
Yeah.
you have to deal with, right? A couple days out without clean water,
Yes,
fresh water, I
sooner
should
or
say.
later you have to deal with it.
Yeah, right. So if it rains, consider that as an option right there, right? Most people, I say most people would consider that, right? You know, some people don't consider that right away, right? And just like during the Texas freeze of 2021, right? People eventually understood that what, it's cold enough outside. I can just put the food outside. I've gone picnicking, for example. I have these coolers. I'll put it outside in a cooler, right? For example, right?
Yeah.
As an option right there, right? And realize, because again, that will give you some hope, right? Now, because I'll buy you some time in terms of, let's say, for people like that, food, right? In terms of like a hurricane or after a storm, right? With, because all groundwater is contaminated with sewage water, blah blah. Fresh water is contaminated with salt water, right? Even if you had a filter, you might not want to use it just because it's like, that's really, really bad water. Really, really bad. Really, really bad. Right? There's salt water in there. My filter's not supposed to handle salt water, and all that stuff, right? But, it starts to rain. You're going to consider that as an option right off the bat. At least I would in a scenario like that, right? That'd be like, it'd be a good morale boost in terms of other people too, right? Because if you think about it, you probably wouldn't be the first one to think of using it, right? Then other people see you using it or whatever, and then next thing you know, it's not as bad as it seems. At least it's a little bit better, right? It's still bad, but it's not as bad, right? More manageable, and stuff like that.
It could be worse, much worse.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Think about it, right? After a storm or whatever, right? There's still some residual rain coming down or whatever, That could be good, right? And the next thing you know, you get a little bit, random shower that rains for, let's say, half an hour, you manage to gain some rainwater, right? Next thing you know, the sun's coming back out, for some reason, you have solar lights with you. Now you got options, right? Now you got options, and the environment's presenting an option to you, right? Or Mother Nature. Yeah. Mother Nature's providing an option for you, right? Or you don't use it, utilize it, right? The best you can, exactly. Right? I mean, I'm trying to not dip into next week's topic too much, but
now we take that up.
Yeah, I'm trying to not dip into that
next week, okay?
Yeah, I'm not trying to dip into that too much. I'm not trying to. I'll just dive into the shallow end on it. We're not done dive into the deep end on next week's topic. Get it?
We dive into that topic next week, okay?
Yeah. Yes. Because I'm pretty sure a lot of us will have lots to say about that. And besides, it's one of those things we can all agree on anyways, right? Because we all need it. Time.
Yeah.
Right? No coffee without that water, right? No coffee without that water. No one's getting any coffee without water. All right? Stuff like that. So it's important, right?
P says, I never knew what the result would be, but even making less money, I have more free cash to put into the build, and it's the best time I can remember having since being a kid. Yeah. That's awesome.
So I'm assuming you're going till the top of the hour again.
Yeah, around for 4 hours.
I just know. I've only been here for like every Saturday almost. I think I've only missed like once or twice in the last 50, 60 weeks of you streaming every Saturday. I just realized that. I gave you a lot of my watch time, actually, now that I think about it.
Yeah. As our next week's topic is pretty important anyway.
Yeah,
no matter what.
No matter where you are, no matter what your financial situation is, no matter if you're get starting in preparedness, more intermediate, more advanced, you've been doing it for a year, you've been doing it for a couple of days, you've been doing it for a couple of weeks, you've been doing it for decades. All right. And it will still apply, all right?
Yeah.
All right. And there's some underlining messages in there, too, that I want to address.
So, next week's topic, dealing with water restrictions.
Yes.
That concerns us all, basically.
Yeah, that's something we all
even here in my country.
Yeah, so, I mean, every country, on every continent out there, right?
Yeah. So basically, but we get into more to that next week.
Yeah. So stay tuned for that because it should be very.
Yeah, stay tuned for that.
Yeah, very informative. Right. Like I said, I don't really see a lot of people talking about that, right? I know people can give out tips or whatever, but usually they're like 5 minute
No, I
videos for
can't
it.
say I have seen any or talk
To
about
talk,
that kind of topic.
no, because everyone
Anyway,
always talks about storing it. I get
yeah,
that, right? Or
yeah,
having it,
collecting and
storing it. But what do
water
you do?
purification. Yeah, but not water restrictions.
Or
No.
because you have to? Maybe not necessarily because
So I think the
your town or
discussion
whatever.
next
Say,
week will be really interesting, in my opinion.
well, because if you think about it, water is a consumable, right? So anything like food, power, water, right, it's a consumable. So you may have to ration it, conserve it, or you know how you utilize it, right? The best that you can, especially in survival situations, you have to for what it is, right? Because you have to
So
make that
when you
choice.
when you mentioned that topic, I decided to put it out for next week.
Yeah,
Uh, because I consider it's really important, especially this time of the year when the
yeah,
temperature is up and
yeah.
everything
In
is,
the northern hemisphere right now, right? Because we're
yeah,
entering into the summertime, right?
yeah,
Because water usage much is actually higher, just because physically people drink it more and use it more, bathe more, take showers more, cool off with it, right? They go swimming or whatever, all these other activities that people do during the summertime, right? Amongst other things, right?
yeah, and it will be interesting what PV will say about that topic, because it will be,
Yeah,
no matter what, an interesting
yeah.
topic,
I
and
want,
also a
because
very
I would,
important topic.
yeah, because I would like to see some other people join us next week. Maybe people had that join us before, right? Because I want to hear from everyone out there because, it's important to all of us, right? Like I said, right? Water's key to life there for all of us, right? So I want to hear everyone's point of view on it, right? You know, because everyone knows, like, oh, you should have stored water or whatever, right? But how are you using it, right? How are you using that precious resource for what it is, right? What are you doing with it, right? Because let's just face it, you know, you're always going to be using water, right? So you're going to use it effectively for what it is, right? And at
Yeah,
times you may have to ration or conserve it for what it is, right? Or else, because, like I said, it's a consumable, right? So, you can easily consume it all really fast, right? Or you can go
yes,
slower on rationing. But, what do you actually do? I think this is one of those things not a lot of in the preparedness community in general, right? I'm not saying everyone, but talk about at times, right? You know, because everyone just, you know, yeah, I got, because you always hear these things about like, oh, I got a cistern, I got like all these IBC totes, I got a well, I got this, right? Because I think what starts to happen is you get complacent that you're good, right? But things can change that real fast for what it is, right? And I think this is why I want to talk about it. That way, hopefully it would help you out, help the people out there, right? Like I said, right? Because let's just say you metaphorically start running low or don't have the supply or whatever, something happens, right? You're not be worried. It's not going to affect your group's morale, your family's morale, your community's morale in time, right? It starts to wear you down, right?
yeah, exactly.
You're doing things you don't normally do, right? So, for example, some people that are younger that never experienced like this, right? Metaphorically
Yeah,
speaking, the snowflakes out there, right? They're not aware of this, right? Or whatever, right?
exactly.
This is why, to present these options out there, right? That way, people are aware of these things, right? So they're not caught with their pants now, right? They've done their own research or whatever, right? Like I'm actually not before next week's topic. I think for all of us to consider what we have out there, right? And look it up, right? Like I'm trying to learn more about it too. Even
Yeah.
doing it, right? Not just talking about this, but actually doing it, right? I mean, some of my videos have shown me trying to try, even in a small scale, right? Even in a small scale to try to do something about it, right? So, I mean, it's not like I'm not trying to be a hypocrite and, oh, I'm not just going to bring up this topic, say all this crap, and not do anything like that at all, you know? Because I think it's important for multiple reasons, right?
I totally agree with you, Sierra.
Yeah,
I really do.
multiple reasons, right? And I mean, like I said, if we focus into the preparedness community more, but like I said, other communities out there would agree, would even consider these as options too, right? Like I know, you know, I don't always try to mention the stop oil, blah blah blah, all this stuff, right? This, how do I say, more outrageous. Okay, maybe not the word outrageous. I'll just insert outrageous or different kind of environmentalists out there, right? But I think they would agree with some of the stuff we say next week. Because again,
Yeah,
since it
that
deals
is what
with
I
water,
think too.
it deals with water, right? Like I said, in the preparedness community, right? Water, right? I mean, like, we would agree with that. Environmentalists would agree with that, right? Even any business that uses water would agree with that. Some of the stuff we kind of mentioned, all right? The gardeners out there, right?
Yeah,
The gardeners out there. Anyone in the gardens, right? We all need water for these gardens. It doesn't matter if you're growing in the desert or whatever. Anytime you need water, right? You know,
you still
anyone that does. Yeah, if you like your clothes for whatever reason, remember the water that goes involved into that, right? And all this stuff, right? You wanna, you work, you know, in the jobs that involve with all that stuff, right? You know, you do sewer maintenance, whatever. Think about that. Without the water coming in on the back end, you got no job, right? You know, you're a
right.
lifeguard, or you work at a swimming pool or whatever, something like that. You got no job
Yeah,
without that, right? You know. So let's think about that, right? Because when you don't, like I said, when you don't have it, then things start to affect you. And
yeah,
sometimes
exactly.
people aren't aware of that stuff until it actually affects them directly, right?
Exactly.
So like water
Yeah,
could be a metaphor as in like life itself, right? And without that, it starts to affect your life, right? It starts to affect your
definitely.
life,
And
right?
pretty fast too.
And learn these things that other people have gone through, right? Learn these lessons, learn the tips, the strategies, whatever that they've used to kind of buy them some time in that situation, right? For what it is, right? And realizing that these are just things that, like I said, more options on the table to consider, right? That
Yeah,
way it gives you some hope out there. I hope that makes sense. I like how I said all that stuff. Hopefully I can mention that next week. I just made, I wasn't even like planning to talk about it like this, but it's important. Like I said, it's
yeah.
important. I think it
But
goes
anyway,
well.
it will be an interesting topic, and it will be a really interesting stream considering this topic. And I think a lot of people will have a lot of things to
Yeah,
say about this topic.
yeah, and
Uh,
let's hear everyone
and
out
I
on
think
it,
we can.
right?
I think we all can learn something new from each other
Yeah,
next week,
yeah,
considering this
yeah.
topic. So
Because like I said, without it, we're done. We're all done without it. It doesn't matter who we are. It doesn't matter what we're doing. We're
it
done
doesn't
without it.
matter where you
Hey,
live, or,
right? Clothing needs water. Agriculture, gardening needs water, right? Even some manufacturing needs water for what it is, right? And stuff like that. Oh, even I've
Yes,
because
Hugo.
there's other things that are needed too, right? So all that stuff, right? All right.
So next week's topic will be really, really, really interesting to talk about. So
Yeah, I'll make sure I'll bring in the very theme specific feel for that stream, like usual.
more of your props.
Yeah, why not? Why not?
Yeah, why not?
Stage props, right? Examples, real world examples, right? Because that's actually what I'm trying to dig out for next week's topic is more real world examples,
Yeah,
real world events to back this up, right? To back up this, right? Because these are actually things that are actually either have happened or are currently happening. That's actually why I suggested this to you in the first place, because it actually is currently happening. So that's why I'm mentioning this. And it wouldn't be the first time I've seen this or heard about this, right? So,
yeah, I
you know,
agree, CB. There is a lot to talk about and a lot of for people to learn. I agree with that. Definitely,
yeah,
at
exactly.
100%.
Exactly. See, we need CB to join us next week, right? Right. Invitation, right? Come on. We need some. We always have this male panel.
Yeah,
I
I
were,
know.
I were, we, it's nice to have some females join us. It's because points of views, right? Their point of view about it, right? Because I'm just a male in Canada giving a point of view. That's it,
Who get
right?
CB says maybe. So we can
Well, okay,
accept.
maybe it's not a no. Okay, I'll take that. I'll take that.
So we we take it when we get to next Saturday. Okay.
Yeah. Like CB, even if you indirectly message it to me or talk to me, right? I can indirectly just bring it back up next week again from someone else's point of view. Because
Right.
I'm actually trying to talk to other people about this. Because I think it's important to understand other people's point of view on this. Just because, like I said, we all need it, right? We all consume it, need it, use it, right? All this stuff, right? So,
Yeah.
in theory, it should be something that it is actually something we all have in common. It doesn't matter who we are. It doesn't matter who we are, right? In time, eventually, you need to use it.
Yeah.
Use it or use it for production of something, right? Hell, even alcohol, even if you just like to party, right? That alcohol you're drinking has a degree of water in it, mixed with alcohol, but there's still water in it, right? So, you don't, well, water, you ain't getting that party on. You know what I mean? You're not getting that on. All this other stuff, right? So let's remember that, right? Let's remember that, everyone. Well, by the way, I have a few things I want to mention to you in the backstage.
Yeah, I
If you
figured.
don't, you're
How
just that
could I
awesome
guess that?
because I just told you that.
Yeah, you might, but I foreseen that at least 40 minutes ago.
No, you foreseen it as soon as I joined the panel.
Exactly.
Indeed.
Indeed.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. And besides, I can elaborate more, a little
Uh,
bit more. Yeah, and stuff like that. Yeah. Yeah. So
I'm finishing sure so I can go to a music festival with fireworks afterwards. Yay! Work hard, play hard.
have fun, enjoy the time. Remember,
Thank
prepare.
you, Hugo.
Do
Thank
the
you,
things
CB. I
right.
appreciate it.
Like I said, all right. Prepare, do the things necessary, right? But still enjoy
No,
life out there.
nobody said.
Like I said, prepare, do the things necessary right now, right? Be ready, be proactive, right? But do enjoy life, right? That
Yeah.
way, because do this so you can keep enjoying life the way things are right now, right? We prepare so we can still enjoy things later on, all right? So if when things happen unexpectedly, a situation comes up, it's just a minor inconvenience. It's not just a total shift to something else, right? If that makes any sense,
Yeah, that makes
And,
sense.
and besides, right, it'll motivate you to keep on preparing or to keep doing the things right, so you can keep enjoying these other things too, right? The time you spent with people and stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
And those memories that you make with people, regardless if it's in the virtual environment or in the real world, right? It all matters. Okay, Shadow, that's a good segue out right there. It's the
Yeah.
top of the hour too. And
Okay, guys, I'll wrap things up now. We'll see you next week, next Saturday, same time, same channel. And the topic, dealing with water restrictions. Um, Feel free to join then. So until
yeah,
then, take care, stay safe, stay vigilant, stay prepared, and God bless.
and Shadow's awesome, everyone. By the way.
Okay, peace, Jenny. No problem. I'm at work and it's 5. I have to go prepare ingredients and spices for the tacos. Have a good evening, everyone. Take care, peace, Jenny, and thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. I appreciate it
And
that
now we're out.
everyone of you. Yeah.
See you,
And I will
everyone.
see you. Yeah. Stay prepared. And we are out. I hope.